Please, Don, proceed.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. My name is Don Richards, Budget and Fiscal Administrator for the Legislative Service Office. I'm here before you to speak to agenda item number 6, which is the Streamline School Capital Construction Funding and Other Funds. It refers to priority number 4 of the JAC interim topics. And I'll be speaking from a May 18th memo that was sent to you earlier this spring. This agenda item was moved from the June meeting to the September meeting due to time constraints. By way of background, historically, the school capital construction account has been funded by co-lease bonus revenue. As much as $230 million per year supported that account at its peak. Of course, no co-lease bonus monies have been received for the past year, and there are none expected for the foreseeable future. 4 years ago, the legislature addressed this change of the revenue environment by redirecting 2 other sources of revenue to assist with the loss of co-lease bonus funds. The first is state royalties, and the second is a portion of the investment income from the Permanent Wyoming Mineral Trust funds. Even those 2 revenues are insufficient. And if you look at this most recent biennial budget in section 300, there are a total of 5 individual transfers to the school capital construction account to fully fund that account. In the first approach, the legislature redirected 1/3 of the state royalties to a newly created account, the State Lands and Mineral Royalties account. That account is benefiting from $30 to $40 million per year, or $60 to $80 million per biennium. This is a newly created account about 4 years old. Second, you redirected 45% of the investment income deposited into the Sipa account, and you put that in a sub-account entitled the School Major Maintenance Sub-account within the Strategic Investments and Projects account, long title there. And then those 2 accounts fill up, and it is incumbent upon the legislature to direct those funds to the school capital construction account. So think of those 2 accounts as layover accounts, if you will. And then the legislature in section 300s of the budget bill moves those funds and transfers them to the school capital construction account to meet the needs and appropriations provided therefor. Well, this transfer causes some issues. It causes the state treasurer's office, the state auditor's office, and LSO to monitor the balances and to make the transfers. We're not advocating for or against it, just acknowledging that there is some administrative burden associated with this. Secondly, in your long-term revenue profiles or long-term profiles, staff have to presume action by future legislatures. We presume that you will transfer the amounts in those 2 accounts to support school capital construction account. Otherwise, it would show a much larger, say, $200 million deficit. So there's some issue of potential transparency here and giving staff the direction to make those presumptions of what future legislatures will do. And then finally, you always have the potential that this transfer or the priority order of those transfers gets either missed in the legislative process or in the implementation process by the state auditor, the state construction department, or the state treasurer's office. On the other hand, there is some benefit in the structure that you have now, and that requires the legislature to affirmatively act every 2 years and act on these transfers. So it brings this amount to your attention every 2 years, and you act on whether or not that transfer should or should not be made. That is a policy choice, and any changes to this are a policy choice. Last session in 2022, House Bill 34, sponsored by the Select Committee on Capital or School Facilities, addressed this issue and some others by codifying the transfers that currently appear in the budget bill, section 300. They moved those transfers into the green books or into the statutes so that the legislature does not have to revisit those every 2 years. that bill was not adopted and failed in the House. The School Facilities Committee, Select Schools Facilities Committee, met just last week on Thursday. And you have in your packet, I believe, an emailed letter as well as that hard copy letter. And there's more on the table there from Chairman Pappas of that select committee. And in last Thursday's meeting, on an 8-0 vote with 2 members excused, they adopted 23 LSO number 0124. And this bill does 3 things. It codifies the amount taken from the school land mineral royalties to the school capital construction account. Second, it codifies the transfer from the school major maintenance sub-account to the school capital construction account. And at the recommendation of both legal and budget fiscal LSO staff, it clarified the priority of deposits into the state penitentiary account and the school major maintenance sub-account. So it does 3 things there. Essentially, this action by the select committee was option number 2 on page 3 of the memo that staff provided to you on this topic. It's certainly you could take option number 1, which is the status quo. This option number 2, I would say, is the lowest hanging fruit. It codifies these transfers. You could, if you wish, go further, and I'll give you further options that probably make you more and more uncomfortable, but nonetheless, to provide the panoply of available options, you could eliminate these 2 accounts. As I indicated, these are really layover accounts. The legislature operated in the absence of these accounts for years. And one example of that is the state royalties up to $8 million used to be deposited directly to the school capital construction account. There was no need to put them in a sub-account or a layover account for a period of time and then transfer that. So one option the legislature could entertain is to eliminate one or both of those accounts. You could go further. The school capital construction account has a structural revenue expenditure disconnect. That's a fancy way of saying you have a shortfall there that's not going to go away. It's not going to go away with higher sales taxes. It doesn't benefit from sales taxes. It's not going to go away with higher investment income. It is capped on the amount of investment income. It's really not going to go away with any higher oil, natural gas, or coal prices either, because the amount of FMRs directed to the CapCon account are capped, and the state royalties are only a portion of those state lands. You'll benefit a little bit from the state land portion, but you have revenues that are going into that account on the order of $20 million or so per biennium, with expenditures around $230 million. So these are quite a distance apart. And going even further, and this is the add-on that Management Council approved to Joint Appropriations interim priority number 4, they added a sentence that says, "and other funds." So stepping back from just the school capital construction account, if the committee so desired, I just wanted to toss out 4 other accounts that could be eliminated in their entirety. Each has, benefits and detractions, but for example, the School Foundation Program Reserve Account, often referred to as the ELISRA or Education Rainy Day Account, is a stranded account. It benefits from windfall revenue, but it has no statutory revenue source dedicated to that. It could be eliminated. The Sipa account could be eliminated and has been recommended by the current governor to be eliminated in his last 2 budget messages. The school capital construction account itself could be eliminated. There is nothing in the Constitution that requires that to be bifurcated from the operations account, the school foundation program account. They could be commingled, and both operations and construction could be addressed out of the same account. And then last, the budget reserve account, which used to be the state's rainy day fund prior to the LSRA, it could be eliminated as well. I'm not advocating for any of these options, but in light of the interim priority, are just outlining both what the select committee did and if this committee wanted to step even further, acknowledging the accounts that could be addressed. There is limited literature on the notion of legislatively developed accounts. NCSL in a recent report said that the legislature adding accounts unnecessarily complicates revenue forecasting, budgeting, and accounting, and is likely to confuse the public. That's the most definitive statement that we could identify by a non-LSO publication. The state of Minnesota also looked at this same issue not too long ago. They found that there are both positives and negatives from legislatively developed accounts. One positive is providing control for specific purposes. Not quite earmarking, but the legislature establishes the purposes of certain revenue streams and the purposes for which those monies shall be used. There are also negative implications, which I've referred to previously. And they also identified that there is no clear link between spending levels and the number of accounts. So even though the number of accounts might go up or down, they could not identify any specific correlation to the level of spending. I'd be happy to answer any questions with that, but before I turn it over to questions, let me give you a brief update on this fiscal year's revenue. Craig will not come out until next month. We do not still have the accrued amounts for federal mineral royalties, for example. Reversions are not complete. In fact, they're not even started. Our investment income, the Treasurer's Office has posted their May or June performance, but nothing is in the accounting system as of yet. So all of that is to say, I'm working on some assumptions, right? It's kind of like watching election returns come in and you see, well, that precinct is still outstanding. So I'm just kind of pre-populating that with what I think might happen. When I left you and you concluded your session, I think this committee talked about the what ifs. How might this fiscal year end up? And remarkably, your intuition was almost spot on. While our LSO fiscal profile indicates that the LSRA balance, which is kind of the confluence of all of the other revenue streams, will have a balance of 1.48 billion, I am hard pressed to understand why that balance will not exceed $2 billion as of October. We know that there are $95 million of investment income that will be deposited into the LSRA. We know that the revenue in excess of the Craig forecast is just north of $300 million. That's my best guess. So I shouldn't say we know, that's my best guess. And then I think the school foundation program excess revenue will be approximately $130 million or so. That's not to say that they will not need and receive support from the LSRA. It will just be at a lower level than we had previously predicted. What is the primary reasons for that? It's mineral prices, particularly not oil, natural gas. Natural gas prices at $8, $9 per MCF is significantly more impactful to the state's outlook than $80, $90, $100 oil. So that is our most significant area of increase. In addition, unlike prior years, these increased revenues immediately impact the school foundation program. Ad valorem is now paid by mineral producers on a monthly basis. There is no longer that 18-month lag. So we're experiencing some of those increases, particularly with the 12 mills for the school foundation program in almost real time, 2 or 3 month lag. Despite all of this positive outlook, I wanted to mention 2 accounts. The school capital construction account will be better off, but modestly. It'll be roughly $27 million better off. Most of that is a $17 million reversion from old projects that have been completed and came in under budget. These are 6, 8, 10-year-old projects. These are not, recently completed or appropriated projects. These are old projects that that are being completed. We also estimate that state royalties will come in about $10 million ahead of projections. One more comment on an account. So even with that, you'll see large amounts of revenue in other accounts, but the topic before you today is the school capital construction account. It will still be challenged for revenue. One other one just to keep in mind, and that's the Sipa account. Oftentimes, the legislature sets money aside for the supplemental budget or the second year of a biennium for the Sipa account. The Sipa account is fully appropriated. You left a zero balance there. There is no real chance of missing the revenue forecast because it is based upon a capped amount of investment income. So there's no windfall into that account. The only benefit really is some rounding and reversions. And there will be one large reversion that we're aware of, and that has to do with the University of Wyoming will revert $4 million related to cryptocurrency from 2 years ago. That appropriation is up, so we're expecting a reversion in that area. But the bottom line is that Sipa account, if you're thinking about, oh, school capital construction, we'll just use Sipa, not this year. There's LSRA money, there'll be general fund money, but there's no Sipa money for those construction projects that the legislature has tapped in the past.
Don, would you go back to those primary big numbers again and just walk through those, the increases?
Absolutely. Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, if you look on our March profile, which is posted online, we had projected a balance of the LSRA on June 30th, that's with accrual accounting, of $1.48 billion. I expect the October number to be north of $2 billion. As an aside, that will be the first time the LSRA has ever exceeded $2 billion. How did we get that? How did we miss it by $500 million? Fair question. $95 million is related to investment income that ultimately is deposited into the LSRA. So let's just round that to 100 million. Well, Craig does not project capital gains. So that is a direct result of capital gains for which Craig does not project. So now we're at 1.58 billion. The next $310 million, and it might be more than that, is due not exclusively, but primarily to severance taxes and federal mineral royalties from higher than anticipated oil and natural gas prices. Yes, sales and use taxes are up as well, but they're not up, in a material way like the severance taxes and federal mineral royalties are. And then the third amount is $130 million lower guarantee needed from the LSRA, lower outflow or expenditure from the LSRA to the school foundation program. Of that 130, I think it's about 90 million is attributable to its share of the federal mineral royalties. You'll recall that the budget bill every 2 years, one of the negotiating items, frankly, between the House and the Senate is what to do with the amount over the Craig estimate. And in this case, the conclusion or the result there was 50% to the budget reserve account, 50% to the school foundation program. And that 50% is about, round numbers, about 90 million or so of FMRs from that will be deposited in the school foundation program. That remaining portion is due to a number of things, including potential reversions, lower than expected payments, higher than expected auto car company taxes or property taxes that people pay on their personal vehicles, those types of things. And if you add those numbers up, it's just over $2 billion, and I'm probably being light on that 310. I never want to come back and tell you something. Well, we got 1.98, but we didn't make 2. So I'm pretty confident in the 2 billion.
Go ahead.
So you didn't mention reversions, Don. Are they pretty much in line with expectations?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Schwartz, the reversions are unknown. I expect those to be in the low tens of millions, 15, 20 million. The difference in those is they remain in the account. So they are available for recommendation by the governor in his supplemental budget request. Those reversions, since they occur after June 30th, they will occur on September 30th, are not swept to the LSRA. So that's why they're not included in that addition that I just spoke to you.
So Don, using your crystal ball, what about next year and the following year?
I expect an addition. So all of this is cash in hand. I'm not talking about what ifs. I'm talking about a little bit of a lag in collection, but this is real money that will be deposited with the state, flow through our flow charts of deposits to various accounts. Mr. Chairman is inquiring about what about the future? Well, all I can say is with a straight face, Craig cannot continue to sit on $3.50 natural gas when it's selling anywhere from $7.20 to $7.60 last Friday, depending if it's the east side of the state or the west side of the state. So I expect that to go up significantly. I have not spoken with the Craig members. We have our first meeting in about a week and a half. But I would expect that we would continue to be fairly cautious in the out years, meaning once the reserves are fully developed in natural gas, it's unlikely that we wouldn't continue to experience some volatility, which would mean some resumption to prior levels of the $3 to $4 range. So I would be surprised. I'm not saying they won't, but I would be surprised if Craig said, well, $8 is the new normal and we're going to project at that level for the next 5 years. Nonetheless, even with some modest increases, you could see easily $200 million per year of the biennium from increased forecasted revenue. That would not go to the LSRA. That would be available for the governor's supplemental budget requests, savings, tax reductions, or whatever he determines appropriate.
And Don, what about property taxes, revenues, and what's that look like?
Great question, Mr. Chairman. I think the best approach on property taxes, by way of example, is the school foundation program looking forward without an ECA. So this does not include any increases to the K-12 formula. The shortfall is predicted to be $128 million per biennium, or $64 million per year. And the reason I say it so specifically, it turns out that the residential property taxes alone, which we know, right, the residential property taxes are set by the assessors. They have been out there. I suspect one or more of you may have received a phone call this summer regarding the level of property taxes. Turns out that's $64 million. It essentially eliminates the shortfall in K-12 just with the residential property taxes. Now, it didn't fix last year's, but going forward, because those payments are going to be made in November of this year and then May of next year, those payments are roughly equal to the shortfall in K-12, which means all of the energy commodity increases, and those might be short-term. I hesitate to use the term windfall, but they may not be ongoing at this level. Those will be all over and above the K-12. And I want to emphasize this does not include any changes to the formula, or I believe the Revenue Committee is contemplating 13 different bill changes, potentially options to the residential property tax system.
Mr. Chairman.
So Don, if you could go back to when you're talking about the creation of this school capital construction account, and you're telling us that that's a statutory creation, and that there's certainly within our capacity to eliminate that and maybe just fund all of that perhaps out of a general fund appropriation, one of those options, I think it was number 4, that you could eliminate all of those and then just fund it like we do everything else on an annual basis. And in some of the pushback that we hear, and I just want a clarification, if you could, some of the pushback that we hear from associations or from various entities is that that school capital construction is constitutionally required, or we often hear that that's a court mandated function of the legislature. So could you just clarify? The way I understand it is we have the responsibility to fund, but if you could just clarify that.
Mr. Chairman, absolutely, and I'm not an attorney, and will defer to Tamara if she wishes to revise any of my comments. With respect to the court opinion, the state does have an obligation in the realm of school capital construction. I believe the court also said that it is not dependent upon the state's revenue. So if you have insufficient revenue, you have to go find it somewhere else. So having the account is not a requirement. I wouldn't necessarily suggest that it has to be out of the general fund either. For example, what I was contemplating, at least in my comments, that it could be paid out of the school foundation program. And all of the revenues that are currently supporting school capital construction could also be deposited into the school foundation program. And this approach is not unprecedented. For about a decade, you had what was called the tips down the page on page 4, which means any leftover money in school foundation program would tip down to the school capital construction account. And there used to be a third account on page 4, which was titled the PLF, Permanent Land Fund Holding Account. That has now been taken off the books by a prior legislature. But if all of those the two accounts, operations and capital construction, were fully funded, then any excess got spilled over into that third account on the bottom. You could certainly set something like that up as well. But I guess my larger point is, you're, at least in the near term, you're going to end up with some accounts that have significant balances in them. And one of those accounts that will not, and the one that will not is SCCA, still has a problem.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman,
Please go ahead.
Don, and maybe this is more of a K through 12 finance question, but in the current biennium, most of our school capital construction account funds, $230 million, most of it was allocated toward major maintenance, I believe, $158 million or so. Do we know, and is there any, and how would we find out if we don't know, for every $100 that we give a school district for major maintenance, do we know how much the schools are actually spending on maintenance? Do we know that? Like, for every $100, are they spending 105 or are they spending 72? Is there any way of knowing what they're actually doing with the money?
Mr. Chairman, we do have that information, and we can provide that to you and the rest of the committee. I don't recall off the top of my head. I would say over the long run, those tend to balance out. But in the short run, typically the payout to the districts is lower than the expenditures. And the reason for that is it takes some of the major maintenance projects are multi-year. Repair of a roof might be bid in one fiscal year and actually completed the following fiscal year. And they also several districts tend to elect not to expend those funds in anticipation of potential other uses, if that's allowed by the legislature, emergencies, or other activities. Also, in the Thursday meeting of the Select Committee on Capital for School Facilities, I believe the largest district in the state indicated their balance of major maintenance fund was north of $10 million. Staff looked that up actually after the meeting and advised me that it was actually $17 million that they had in cash. So that tells me the state's distribution to the school district in that case is higher than their expenditures, at least in the short term.
For the questions on that?
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
Yeah, Don, when we look at this, one of the things that jumps out at me is I have no idea what our liabilities are. So I don't know how much money to divert permanently into an account to cover our liabilities. So are you aware of anything that the school facilities committee has done, or maybe somebody on the committee knows? You know, what's our assets and our liabilities? We know what our average major maintenance costs are, and I think you just addressed part of the regular maintenance that we fund through the model, but what I don't have a good grasp on is what is our liabilities as far as school capital construction for the next decade? Is that $1 billion? Is that $500 million? And because that helps guide the decisions as to how much money we should actually maybe divert those directions to fund those accounts versus just throwing money in there. I know what'll happen. It'll all get spent every biennium. But what's our actual liabilities out there? Does anybody know what that is?
Sam Walters.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That's a hard question to answer because those liabilities are actually owned by the district. The state funds it, the district owns the assets. There's about 25 million square feet of school space out there. We have 2 districts off the top of my head that are showing significant increase in population. So if you take Laramie County, for example, they are showing a significant increase in population. Their community and their county is showing that there's potential that just to meet capacity needs based on the current formula for K-12 education, that we could need a new elementary school every 3 to 4 years in Laramie County for the next 10, 12 years. Will that prove out? I don't know, but there's multiple 1,000 to 2,000 unit developments on the books that have been approved through zoning in Laramie County. How does that all play out? We have the F.E. Warren Air Force Base, major reconstruction. How does that play out? So it's really hard to forecast that. Then you go over on the western side of the state in Teton County, they're seeing significant growth over there. The cost of housing our teachers in Teton County and the need to build teacherages so that we can hire a teacher in that county is an expense that will need to be explored, in addition to elementary, middle school, and high school additions and growth in that district alone. Several other districts across the state have issues. Probably the simplest way to answer your overall question is the department has gone out to bid and contracted with a company that will be doing the statutorily required assessment for capacity and condition. That will be taking place over the next 6 to 8 months with a report back to the legislature about this time next year that will give us a better idea of our liabilities. The other thing to note is there will be a supplemental budget request coming forward this year from the committee. As we fund major maintenance, it is 2%. We set it up as 2% of the cost replacement value. Part of that cost replacement value comes from an RS means, which is basically what do materials cost. Materials have gone up, so that calculation changes. So the 2% of the cost replacement value has gone up. So there is a supplemental request. If inflation continues to push those cost of buying 2x4s and windows and paint continues to go up, just by default, the major maintenance value is going to go up within that account. So if we're at 158 million this biennium, not accounting what this supplemental request of, I believe it's about 20 million, will be, we might be 200 million just in major maintenance every biennium going forward. So it's a really hard question to answer because my crystal ball is fuzzy to broken, and then capacity is the next driving factor. Condition we have a fairly good handle on, but every year our schools get old schools get older, new schools add age, and so at some point that condition fails to where we have to replace those schools. And so I don't think there is a linear line that says every year we will need X. I think the department does a good job of predicting approximately what we'll need every biennium and maybe a few years out, but it does change. So it's the best non-answer I can give you there, Senator Hicks.
Mr. Chairman, what I heard is we're just gonna have an open checkbook. And so so contrary to the Laramie County example, I have a Senate district that lost 15% of its population. Carbon County's declining, Sublette County's declining, Sweetwater County's declining, which tells me that we may be more on an even keel. And if we look at enrollment numbers over a period of time, some of that's being balanced out where we're seeing some growth, but I still think that we need to go through an exercise to try to find out what our liabilities and our assets are before we just start moving money around, because I know what's going to happen. Every penny will be spent every year on capital construction. That's an absolute assured. And so it would be nice to have at least some modest projections with some confidence intervals, even if that's a confidence interval of 50% is better than one we have now when we're starting to talk about moving hundreds of millions of dollars into a dedicated account. So more information is better information, will make better decisions. So anyway, I'm just curious is, when we look at balancing the declining population with the increasing population and looking at student enrollment, wouldn't that be some kind of number that we could look at, and knowing where we are with capital construction and where those older buildings already have to give us a little better information. So that's, I guess, Mr. Chairman, that's my thoughts on that. Is if there's any of that that's out there that we can get our hands around, that's helpful information.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, but Don, as you prepare that information, I think it, to me, and I don't disagree with Senator Hicks, but because you have a decrease in this section of the state doesn't equate to savings because you have an increase on this side of the state. And so we'll have to maintain, I believe, we either maintain these assets that we have in the area of the state where there's a decrease in population, while we're still expected to add to the assets in the area of the state that's growing. Now, if I'm wrong on this where it's decreased, I mean, if you could just kind of help us on how they approach that in a district that's decreasing. Do they mothball, sell schools, or do we maintain them? Because if we maintain them, that's not necessarily going to equate to a savings. And so I'm just curious how they do that.
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
So try to answer two questions. When deciding to build a new school anywhere, the department does go through an exercise in which they project out as best as possible, what will the 5-year growth trajectory look like for that school? And this legislative body has had mud on its face for both sides of that equation, having built schools in communities that suddenly, about the time the doors open, the economy crashes, and they build a school that is too large for what the population is showing. They also have the same mud on their face because the projection was wrong and something takes off, and they open a school that is already over capacity the day that it opens. So as I said, I think everyone's crystal ball is broken. To the other question about the assets, it's a known, the information is already within the department. How old are the schools in every district? That's information's out there. We can look at it. But really the driving factor is the capacity more than the condition in all of these schools. And then to Representative Larson's question, when a school district loses capacity, loses students, it depends on the size of the school district to begin with. So if you have multiple elementary schools and you lose student population, the state pays to maintain those schools for up to 3 years. You can get an extension beyond that. And then the district is expected to start selling off assets, with the theory being you don't want to sell an asset only to have your population upswing and have to go rebuild. So there's a little bit of a grace in there. But if you're a small district and you have one school, one elementary school, one middle school, and one high school, at some point you either have to close one of those and start combining, which communities do occasionally, but typically the population does not adjust quite enough to fit them all into the next school. And so it forces the state into a situation where, and the district, where we maintain an elementary school that is half full or 3/4 full, a middle school that is 3/4 full, and a high school that is 3/4 full, because there's not enough space to move those students around and end up being able to close that school. And the final component of that is this is all locally driven and locally controlled. So as much as any of us sitting here would like to change that, until we're willing to go down the road of creating one school district for the entire state of Wyoming and making the state legislature the sole controlling factor on all school decisions. We have to remember that local control does rule all of this, and there's statutes in place as to how and what we can do legislatively. But there is, to Senator Hicks' question, there is already an asset inventory stating every district, the age of their schools, and what is out there. So hopefully that's starting to help address that.
Well, and Don, we have the numbers on, we know what major maintenance is going to be. And we know, we've had the presentation in the past of what we need to do for new construction or to essentially keep up with the capacity, but more importantly, the condition of older schools. And so that, and it's almost formulaic, as I recall, that we have, and what sticks in my mind is that the minimum price tag is around 250 million per biennium to cover, to fit those two categories over time. So, but do we have a spreadsheet that will show us what we've spent on major maintenance and new construction, you know, each biennium over the last 20 or 30 years? I'm sure I've seen it before.
Mr. Chairman, yes, in fact, I think that appears in the data book. If it doesn't, we certainly have done it previously. We can prepare that historic information on how much you have spent. Looking forward, I concur with Representative Walters' response to Senator Hicks's question. But on top of that, we can provide you the estimate of the old study. It is dated. It's 5 years old. The list is no longer applicable in many cases, but we can certainly provide that as a starting point. I think you'll be getting the whole institution will be getting much better information at the beginning of next summer.
And so partly what we need, I think, is a baseline of what the minimum amount is that we need in this fund, and figuring out then where those dollars will come from, and simplify the process for filling up that. But I would concur with Senator Hicks that the more money we put in that pot, the more it's going to get spent. So that our goal is to make a real calculation of the minimum that we need, so we can know what those numbers are, and then target our simplification of accounts, targeting that number. To me, that just makes the most sense. And then we can always add more if we have more. And if we don't, we don't. I mean, there will be years where we don't, in the future, where we don't pay major maintenance for a year or two. We've done it before. And where we don't build any new schools for a while, just depending on, you know, if everyone's got new schools and then we're starting on the new generation of schools, theoretically, they're supposed to last 30 to 50 years. And so there has to be a mechanism that all of those things are kind of understood, and it protects us legally, but it also would make sure that we're providing sufficient accommodations for the students under the Supreme Court opinion as well. And so how do we get to those numbers?
Mr. Chairman, I believe that's an expectation from that capacity and condition review that is currently underway. In addition, I think in the past, you have looked at the total asset amount and then imputed the annual change in that. For example, if it is a 30-year replacement schedule, take your total asset value divided by 30. That gives you an approximation of what the annual replacement needs to be. And then there's the issue of inflation, which increases the costs over time.
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
So from my discussion, I think what I'm hearing is that as far as the expenditure side, we probably have the ability to prognosticate over maybe the next 5 years at any given time. With the report that's going to be done, the condition and capacity report, we're going to get that, and that's going to tell us what they think that number is going to be. The thing that we know for sure is that number will change. But I mean, it seems to me that if we're going to try and do that rationally, and back to Senator Hicks's point, is that you're gonna have to update that 5-year forecast every year. You're gonna, but that's not necessarily a bad thing. You have to, if you're gonna do that responsibly, you have to keep looking into the future, and then you keep funding to what you think you're gonna do, but at least you have an idea where you're going, recognizing that the only thing that's constant is change. And you're gonna, and whatever number you have, it's gonna be wrong. It'll adjust, but at least you know what you're working towards. And I think that's what Senator Hicks is talking about. And maybe the point we have to keep that contract going. They may have to update, they may have to give us an update, and it's not gonna be that much different than doing an ECA. I mean, that's not that much different, I don't think, but it's the same concept. We're doing that with education now, as far as the cost. So we have to be able to bite the bullet and get the analytical tools we need to, so they just do responsible budgeting.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to see us at some time, when you think about preservation of assets and you allocate a fund to do that for major maintenance, you generally have an idea of what's each of those components, whether it be HVAC or roof or whatever that case may be, a projected life of that component of the asset is. What we do is we just take a price per square foot, and we give it to the districts and say, here's your major maintenance, go and fix. And so because we can't do it, then we have this component, or this other little deal, what do we call that? Component level, which really oftentimes the component level, which is really a major maintenance thing. And so why are we doing this? And so what I've wondered is why, when we do major maintenance, why we don't require districts, for one thing, just to use that money solely for major maintenance, but then identify the components within any building and say, you need to be planning, you're getting this X amount each year, and you need to be planning that in 10 years, you'll have a roof replacement. And so allowing them to keep those funds so that when that component needs to be replaced, they've got the funds there to do it. But they've got to validate that they're maintaining, like we do everything else, that they're maintaining and properly operating, so it doesn't turn into a capital construction or a component thing. And I think we fund it with the best intention, but I don't know that the mechanism for following in the requirements on major maintenance, like you would see, like we see in Y daughters, like we see in some of the health facilities, is there. And I would really just kind of put maybe a bug in the two chairman's ear, that maybe that could be a topic that we could review in an interim with a group or something, because I just don't know that we have that figured out the way that we should. Somebody else want my soapbox? Wouldn't you agree?
Okay, further questions? Andy, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And kind of on that note, Don, when the court mandated maintenance and capital construction, did they provide guidance in terms of scope, or was it more open-ended? Do you understand what I'm getting at? I mean, with education, they said it had to be equal and adequate, which is fairly vague, but it would appear to me that buildings might have more of a formulaic recommendation. Did they have that?
Mr. Chairman, and once again, Representative Schwartz, I'd certainly defer to my legal counsel colleague if she wishes to opine. But I think two components there. One, there was no specific parameters. And I think it is worth noting that the Campbell 4 decision upheld the state's process in terms of capital construction. So that was the final comment by the court, looked at the statute that you have implemented at the time and viewed that favorably.
And
Mr.
Mr.
Chairman.
Chairman, Representative Schwartz, I can add, I think the two quotes from the courts that are often cited in LSO's research is that the court held first that deficient physical facilities deprive students of an equal educational opportunity, and any financing system that allows such deficient facilities to exist is unconstitutional. The second time the issue arose in the next case, the state referred to the court referred to the state's level of, let me find the quote. The level deemed adequate by state standards is the physical funding requirements.
Mr. Chairman. Don, so to summarize, if I understand it, we expect under the current system, if nothing changes, that revenue flowing into the school capital construction account will not be enough to fund whatever school capital construction needs there are. But the other piece of it is that we really don't know what that number is. And we expect the capacity and condition report that's going to come out next year to help put a number on that. Is that the summary of this?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Stiff. I think that is correct, but with one additional context, and that is the two accounts that we're bringing forward to you today, the investment account and the state royalties account. Even if you address those, you will still have a shortfall in K-12, and that's a pretty low bar. We included major maintenance in our estimates and $70 million per biennium of capacity and condition appropriations for capital construction. And that is, approximates what you have spent in the last two biennia. But the last two biennia have been relatively light in terms of capital construction expenditures. So even if you address either in support of the Select Committee on School Facilities or intend to take that further, it still leaves you a large difference to yet make up. And that difference is illustrated by a transfer from the LSRA, Sipa, and School Foundation Program Reserve account on the order of probably 60+ million or more.
So Don, I mean, realistically, we can take the last report that we had, that albeit at 3 or 5 years old, and you can extrapolate on what that number is. What we're going to get is just a new updated number, but it's not like we can't sit down and tell you what's reasonable and what's needed. And we know just from experience that we're between 50 to 75 million short typically, and we have to come up with those funds. So, but what we're trying to do here is not come up with that 50 or 75 million necessarily. Let's just start filling the pot to at least get up to a baseline that's reasonable, so we don't have to dig in our pockets every time we have a budget, which is, to me, kind of two different things in some ways. So, go ahead.
And actually, the only thing that's really, I mean, we've really gone quite far afield, but a lot we're talking about is, do you need all these additional accounts in order to deal with the school capital construction account? And we've got, when we can't figure out how to do anything else, we make new accounts. That's what the legislature does. And so the question really is not necessarily how you fund it, but do you really, do you really have the sub account inside the SIPA, or would you just take that money and just, instead of put it in that sub account, would you just allocate it directly to the school fund, the school capital construction account? Or would you, is it just for accounting purposes? We've just all these accounting machinations that we've imposed on the executive and our own people. And the question is, can we streamline that? We're not doing anything to solve the funding problem, but we're just talking about streamlining the structure of where the money's held and when it's available. And that's really the question you have to answer as you look at these accounts is, if you just say, let's just streamline it and put it all in the school capital construction account. Well, once you authorize the use of school capital construction account, you've done that. There's opportunities for the legislature to interfere and intercept or do other things with respect to its policy choices. And some of those will go away when we do this. If we do the streamlining, or you can, but at the end of the day, remember on the school capital construction, which does include, as we were talking about, significant component level maintenance gets included in that, which doesn't have a lot to do with major maintenance dollars, but those, those come back and those are approved usually in a bill inside the budget bill or a separate bill every year. So at the end of the day, there is opportunity to everybody, even if you just put it all in the school capital construction account, those component level maintenances that are paid for about a new construction will all come to the legislature and it'll all be determined by majority vote of the legislature if we continue as past practice. Even as it comes down, eventually there's a legislative vote to expend out of the school to authorize use of those school capital construction account on the various projects. Is that not right?
Is that correct?
Mr. Chairman, I would completely agree. And the topic, as you noted, is streamlining of the accounts. There's one more advantage to this that I failed to mention. And that is when we had tens of millions of dollars in cold lease bonuses coming in, we didn't have to worry about cash balance. There was plenty of cash balance. Now we're approaching a time where we could run into an issue. Major maintenance payments are paid out quarterly. If some of these capital construction projects move in a construction season in a timely manner, we don't have the amount of money in the right account at the right time. So we have to kind of worry about order of operations too with these 5 transfers. So there was a practical benefit of having some money in that school capital construction account, and rather than stopping at one of the layover accounts.
Okay, do you want to walk through the bill?
Mr. Chairman, I'd be happy to. This is the bill that the Select Committee on Capital School Facilities approved. This is attached to the September 9th memo from Chairman Pappas, and it is 23 LSO 0124, Committee Formal Draft number 1.0. And this really does 3 things, as I indicated. The first item appears on the bottom of page 2 and the top of page 3. And this is a clarification as to priority. And it states that beginning July 1, 2024 for fiscal year 25, that's the next biennium, the state auditor shall transfer all funds from the school major maintenance sub-account to the school capital construction account. This is the removing of the first transfer in section 300. It uses the same language essentially as the section 300. The second issue is on page 3, lines 9 and 10, and this provides for the priority between the school major maintenance sub-account and the state penitentiary capital construction account, and it sets the school major maintenance sub-account first in that line of priority. This issue has never come up, but we did visit with the SAO, the State Auditor's Office, and it is certainly something that would be, in the absence of this language, they would have to implement their own discretion. And then finally, on page 4, this is the removal of the second transfer. This is the investment income, and beginning in fiscal year 25 and every fiscal year thereafter, as allowed by cash flow, the state auditor shall transfer funds from the school lands minerals account to the school capital construction account. So in this bill, none of the accounts are eliminated. It's just codifying the transfers that are currently appear in section 300 and putting them in the green books.
Don, do we know when it's likely we may have run into cash flow issues? Projected out?
You know, we had anticipated that you would this year, and part of the reason I think we haven't is that $17 million of reversions. We knew there were these old projects out there that had not expended all of their funds. Once that money gets reverted, it is available for expenditure or appropriation for another project, But once you appropriate that other project, then that money could go out the door. So it is not imminent that you run into a cash flow. It's not this year. But we would anticipate in the coming years, there will come a time, by that I mean 2, 3, 4 years. There will come a time when the cash flow is insufficient to fund projects. You have a backup for that. And the backup is a loan from the LSRA, which is also in the budget bill in a section on its own. I don't recall the number there, but there's an option of $60 million of cash flow loan from the LSRA.
And so, Don, with I'm trying to remember, can the select committee submit legislation or does it come through us?
Mr. Chairman, they can sponsor their own, and indeed they have. So they have sponsored that bill that I just walked before you. This is essentially.
That's the one that died.
Yeah, well, yes, and I should mention, the one that died had one more component, and it eliminated the state penitentiary account and took the funds in that account and deposited into the school capital construction. It's possible that that may have been a policy choice as well. But
Is there 20 million on that account now?
Mr. Chairman, it has $28 million as of yesterday, but it will receive another $10 million once the investment income gets distributed. So right around $40 million by end of October.
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
Don, so just on the, since we're in this part of the bill, when we look at the school lands mineral royalties account, and that was created, and is there an automatic diversion I'm assuming there's an automatic diversion of the federal mineral, at least some portion of the federal mineral royalties into this account. Is that correct? And just remind us what that is.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, it's actually state mineral royalties.
Right.
So it's the royalties off of state lands.
Is it all of it?
It is 1/3 of it,
1/3 of it.
and that is the maximum permitted by the Constitution.
And so, Mr. Chairman, if I may, so when we do this, all this does is just creates an auto appropriation out of this account into the school capital construction account, which is then subject to legislative appropriation, right? And so is there, one of the other options is you would simply allocate that 1/3 directly into the capital construction account and not even worry about this. That's the other option. This is just codifying what we do now.
Mr. Chairman, that's exactly correct.
Okay.
So that next option is option 3 in the memo, which says, hey, just put this right back. And there is some precedent for that. When the amount that the legislature directed in state royalties to the school cap on of 8 million, it went directly in there. It did not go to the layover account.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Which we rectified all of that when we created putting that full 30% in the major maintenance account, right? That's only been 2 or 3 years ago.
Mr. Chairman, I think both of these are about 4 years old.
Yeah.
Okay, further questions for Don on this issue?
Mr. Chairman,
Please.
I would like to propose that this committee sponsor a bill that's slightly different than the one that school facilities did. And the bill I would propose is that we just eliminate these accounts, whereas the one we just reviewed just codifies the automatic transfer, whereas we can eliminate these two sub accounts in a bill that JAC would sponsor, and then the school facilities would not have the need for this account. It improves transparency, improves the ease of doing all this. And it just goes right to what Senator Perkins was just discussing.
Any comments on that?
Mr. Chairman,
Yeah, go ahead.
I have option 6 whenever we get disposed of this one.
Okay. That's not surprising.
If we're sponsoring bills, I've got option 6 that Don doesn't have on here, but he
Go ahead.
mentioned
Mr.
it.
Reference to,
Mr. Chairman, just to clarify, so for example, the 45% of what Sipa gets that's now in this sub account for school capital construction, that money, that flow of money would, instead of going into SIPA, would just go directly into the school capital construction account. Is that part of the solution?
Mr. Chairman, in my proposal, instead of going to the sub account, go from SIPA to the sub account, then to school capital construction. It would go from SIPA straight to school capital construction. Same with the state royalties. Instead of going to the sub account, it would simply go straight into the school capital construction account.
That's actually kind of an easy one. Just to do something.
Clarification, Don, I believe the 45% that comes out of SIPA is designated for major maintenance, is it not? Not necessarily capital construction, so it would be a reappropriation of dollars that is currently allocated for major maintenance that just goes into a capital construction account that could be used for other purposes other than major maintenance.
Mr. Chairman, the senator's correct, but all major maintenance paid out of that same account. So I don't know that you can say which dollar comes out of the account as based on how it came into the account. Major maintenance or capital construction, unless you have a way of identifying that differently, but because it's the account title is all that's used, but the majority of that count today is used for major maintenance, not for actual capital construction. And so the color of the money, once it's in there, really is insignificant as to how it came in. It's going to get used for the purpose needed, essentially, and major maintenance is the major purpose. So don't get distracted by the title on the account.
Okay, any other comments? Yeah, what's option 7, 6?
Mr. Chairman, and I think Don mentioned this, even though it's not in the memo, but one of the ways to look at this, if we really wanted to simplify this, school capital construction is part of the overall cost for K through 12 education. You have to have buildings to put kids and teachers in. So my preference would be to eliminate all of these accounts and just fund school capital construction out of the school foundation program. Now, you're not going to limit the state mineral royalties and just take that 1/3 that comes off those state lands and just divert that straight into the school foundation program. And so from a transparency standpoint, then everybody in the state knows exactly how much it costs to run the K through 12 program. Then you got one account. And then rather than doing all this shell game with monies and transfers and tips, at the end of the year, the legislature is going to sit down there and we're going to have to fund education. And you make one transfer then out of the LSRA and it's done. It's a simple, most transparent way to do this would be just to fund capital construction right out of the school foundation program. That would be my recommendation.
So Don, is there requirements for like the FMRs that transfer from state school lands that they be used for construction? So is there a bookkeeping requirement?
Mr. Chairman, there is not. And if I'm understanding Representative or Senator Hicks correctly, in the elimination of the SCCA, you would divert or redirect, strike SCCA in the FMR statutes and insert school foundation program.
Go straight into the foundation program. One school account, all the money comes out of there. It's not, what was the 1/3, Don, currently that we're now diverting into the capital? State mineral royalties. Out of the state federal mineral royalty account.
State royalties.
Yeah, state royalties. Yeah. How much is that? That 1/3?
Mr. Chairman, in the current biennium, we projected about $64 million. It's going to be higher with higher, so let's say about 75 million with the higher prices.
And Don, just for my edification, the other 2/3, doesn't that go to the corpus?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Don, one other clarification on the the proposal from Mr. Vice President is, at the end of the day, I mean, I'm assuming that the process of how the school capital construction money gets spent, whether it's out of this account or whether it's out of the school foundation program, it still comes, there's not gonna be really any different than what we do now. There's gonna be a bill or a section in the budget bill that comes out and says, here's the construction, here's the component parts, here's what we're doing, here's the additional money we need for the last projects that we didn't get enough off of and that we didn't spend enough for. That's not gonna change just because we put this in, if it goes into, whether it goes into, goes into the FCCA or whether it goes into the school foundation program. That process isn't gonna change unless the legislature changes that. Is that right?
Mr. Chairman, that's correct.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
So Senator Hicks, I'm trying to understand your concept there. So we, in the school foundation program and in our work, we create these massive equations to identify what each district should proportionally receive to balance everything out, to make sure that we have equal revenue or expenses for every child throughout the state. So your proposal wouldn't change that equation at all. It would just be a sub account because it's going to be way different. That equation is all about equality. This bundle of money, so it'll be a subgroup inside of that group, and it's going to build a school that's not going to represent anything equality around the state. It's just going to be specifically for the purpose of building specific schools in specific locations. I just wanted to clarify that in my mind. It's not going to end up in the same fund, same package as our cost per child student.
So, Mr. Chairman, if I may, because I get this. So if you think back how we do the budget, one section, is it 206, 205?
He has no objections to that approach. We've talked about various options. And he has fully articulated that that is one viable option. And so he has, and we can visit with him again. He can appear at your next meeting, but I'm not familiar with any reservations he has operating out of one account.
So to do that, what would be the, how big of a bill would it be? I mean, how complex?
It would be a large bill because every place that you would have school capital construction account, you would have to strike that and insert school foundation program account. But almost all of those are conforming, meaning they're not a whole lot of substance there. And it would probably be a delayed effective date, not unlike the bill before you. It would commence in fiscal year 25. We don't want to cause any problems with the current biennium's appropriations.
Mr. Chairman,
Go ahead.
might be a big bill, but it'd be a shorter diagram.
Well, then the question is, if we put together a bill like that, would it not make sense to incorporate this part of the school capital construction bill into it as well? Because they will impact each other.
Mr. Chairman, you could go even further and take Representative Walter's proposal for a bill and incorporate that in Senator Hicks' proposal, which means those state royalties would just go to the school foundation program, eliminating that layover. I know that may be a step further than what you had.
They're dedicated already to schools. They need to go, that needs just to be diverted right into the foundation program. I
So-
would find it objectionable at this point in time to include the current statutory diversions out of the SIPA. Because then you still have to run money through the SIPA, and it starts to defeat the purpose of having one account, one check to pay for schools for biennium. Because now you're starting to do the tips and the dips again. We're gonna fund that, so let's just fund it out of the LSRA instead of divert part of the general fund that comes down and then goes into the SIPA, then we split the SIPA, and then now we're gonna divert that right back to the school foundation program. It makes the most sense.
Well, my thought was that you would have it, that 45% wouldn't go to the system.
Yeah, Mr.
It would go to, right.
It's there now.
Because what happens now is it doesn't go to the LSR and SIPA, it's diverted straight into SIPA.
Yep.
And that out of that diversion,
Yeah.
that 45% of that 45% of 1.25% goes to SIPA. So I think what we're saying is just, don't do that. Don't put it in SIPA, just take it straight to school foundation program. So you guys are saying the same thing.
Well,
So unless you said that was objectionable to do that.
we are and we are. And so my thing is why are we now diverting general fund money into the school foundation program from another direction? It's a tip. And instead of just getting to the end and saying, okay, here's what our spending is gonna cost. This is what we have a deficit. Instead of, again, and then just write the check out of the LSRA instead of diverting general fund money that would normally go into the SIPA and the major maintenance. Just at the end, when we need to true up, just like a budget balance, or you come back and you borrow, you take that money out of it.
Mr. Chairman, but I think the problem with that, Senator Hicks, is that we have that now. We have that in place, that diversion. So we'd either have to eliminate that
So that's what I
diversion.
would recommend. That goes.
Eliminate that diversion, just leave it in SIPA.
Yep.
Okay, and so that would go away. You just leave, but we're gonna have to do something with that piece.
Sure, we're gonna have to
Yeah.
put money in there, but it's just true up one time.
Yeah, but the provision we have now that
This
diverts
would
from
be to
SIPA
repeal that.
to,
Correct.
we repeal that.
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
Just to ask a clarifying question. So Senator Hicks, is your recommendation then that for the moment at least, the SIPA account still exist and still get the 1.125% of the 5% of the 5-year running average of the permanent trust fund? Right? Okay,
That's a different issue. Let's think this one figured out before we jump in.
but so that implies that the 45% going into SIPA that now goes to major maintenance you got to find that same money just from someplace else. That's your motion.
But, Mr. Chairman, and that is absolutely correct. What I'm trying to say is rather than have money flowing from the SIPA and money flowing from all these other different accounts, the way we currently do it, you're just gonna write one, it's just gonna come out of one account. It just simplifies the process and makes it very transparent.
Just make up the difference from LSRA. Or.
Yeah.
So let's, I think we have the gist of this. So as proposed, just see a show of hands, who would like to see that this bill drafted? I think that's a unanimous.
Well,
Pretty close.
you're not gonna ask for those.
Okay. Any further questions for Don? Anything to follow up on this? Any public comment on what we just did, even though it's probably not a public comment issue? Okay, thank you, Don.
We'll find out about it.
Yes, we will.
I'm trying to get a call from somebody named Representative Harshman.
Okay, it is 3:00. Let's take a quick, short break. People are getting up. But we'll start off, what's next? Is it? EGI, yeah.
And employee compensation.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of
Please.
the committee. I'm Russ Noel, Deputy Director with the Department of Administration and Information. Tricia Bach, Director Bach is not here today, and we
Why
want to give you a quick update. She was actually admitted to the hospital late last week. She had a severe reaction to an antibiotic, and she's still in the hospital. And so she was hopeful she would get out this weekend, and that didn't happen. And she thought she'd be out today. She was actually going to Zoom in today. And we got a text from her a couple hours ago, and they said, nope, you're going to be here at least through today, and we don't know how much longer. So I'm sure she's online and listening, so you can wave at her, say hi. So,
Get the heck out of the hospital, quick.
so she's again apologizes that she couldn't be here. However, we've got the experts here to answer some questions that you have on some information that you'd requested at our last meeting. And so I'd kind of like to go over that. We have a compensation, kind of a handout, kind of an update of where we're at with that, and along with the workforce report. And we'll cover some topics with that at your pleasure, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah,
So
please proceed.
with that, I'll turn it over to Erin Williams, is our administrator for our Human Resource Division, and she's going to kick this off for us. And then we'll have Jared Hansen, who's our program manager at the Human Resource Department, step in where needed. Thank you.
Chairman Nicholas, members of the Joint Appropriations Committee, I once again would like to thank you for all of your support with our last compensation ask. The implementation went smoothly in July. Employees have received lots of positive feedback from state employees. They were very complimentary and gracious for the increases that they did receive. And so a lot of positive comments. We wanted to make sure that we thanked you for that on their behalf. The number one problem that we've been trying to solve with this compensation ask is the recruiting and retention issues that we've had. That's the number one problem. Agency directors, HR, what we heard during the last agency budget hearings was one of the major issues is attracting and retaining state employees. We had approached the Joint Appropriations Committee with a two-phase approach. We knew that we needed to get to the most up-to-date market numbers that we could. We needed to get all of the employees to the new minimums of those market rates and then implement a market merit matrix for the remainder of those dollars. We were able to implement phase one. With that, we made some headway. We went from 2017 market data to 2020 market data. When you're comparing, and we have a handout that we've provided for you guys. And so on page 3, we tried to do an apples comparison as much as we could. So when you're looking at state employee salaries in June of 2022 versus the 2017 market, the outdated market table we were on, the average market compar ratio employees were at was at 88.3%. In June of 22, when we looked at the 2020 market data we had, employees fell to about 84.4%. So I'm just showing that as we were remaining on the 2017 pay tables, market was moving and we were falling further behind. After the implementation in July, comparing ourselves to the 2020 market data, that's the pay tables that you approved for us. Our employees moved to about approximately 91% compar ratio. So as we had discussed previously, we definitely made strides getting off of a 5-year-old pay table. We have a little bit of ways to go. We always knew that this would be approximately a 3-phase process until we got to up-to-date market. We are past phase 1 successfully. We are currently running data looking to implement the 2022 or ask for a recommendation to look at 2022 market data. We do not have those numbers available at this time. Those come out to our compensation coordinator in October. So she has frantically promised us that the different options and recommendations that we put forth to you for the last implementation, she's going to put together similar recommendations for the committee and the governor's office with 2022 data as soon as we receive that information in October.
Aaron, so you said 91%, so are we 91% of 2020?
We're it's approximately 90.7% of 2020, correct?
Okay, and then you said, Mr. Chairman, then you also in your summary to us, you said you're approaching this in 2 phases, and then you shifted and said there's 3 phases.
Okay, yes, let me correct that, Chairman Nicholas and Representative Larson. So we knew it would probably take us 2 or 3 implementations of what we have just implemented in July. One more phase similar to the market merit matrix, and then looking into some sort of maintenance thereafter. The 2 phases within, there's 2 steps within each phase. And so when we implement a new pay table, we always have to get all of the state employees to the minimum of that pay table and then distribute closer to the MPP. So,
Senator
thank
Hicks?
you.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, real question. When you talk about market data, where do you collect that or who collects that data? I'm just curious as to where that comes from when you say market data.
Sure, Senator Hicks, Representative Nicholas, Chairman Nicholas. We have worked with the State Employees Compensation Commission. In years past, we have a 12-state comparator that we look at, and we also have public and private sector data that the state of Wyoming we pay for. And so that compensation philosophy was approved by the State Compensation Commission.
So, Mr. Chairman, just to follow up on that, so that 12-state comparator, which states are those? Are they within, I'm assuming they're within our region?
Yes, there's 6 contiguous states and then 6 comparator states that the committee deemed were comparable to the state of Wyoming, and we can get those to you.
Okay.
Yeah,
thank you.
like I say, I think I've sat on that committee and I've asked that same question because my recollection is that Washington and another state were on it, which I don't think are comparable, or probably not. And I voiced those comments in that committee in the past. But I think it's worth looking at that because there's no way we can compare to those type of a market conditions.
Yes, Chairman Nicholas, it's been quite some time since we looked at those comparator states, so we definitely can take a look into that.
Okay, please proceed.
We also have included in our packet, and we won't go through this, but it's just available. In the past, you guys kind of like to see the compa ratio by occupational groups. We've had some questions come up pertaining to highway patrol or the snowplow drivers. So there's the occupational families and groups we have where those individual classifications and agencies, where those employees are. So if you have any specific questions related to a specific occupational group, that can be found in the remaining pages. And if it gets a little confusing, definitely Jared and I would be glad to answer any specific questions that you guys have either now or after the meeting on those various occupational groups. I think one of the main things that we wanted to
Mr. Chairman?
discuss.
Go ahead.
So so as you reach for that, I mean, so is the salary states that you find at the bottom of each page of that document you just picked up, are those the comparator states that are all in, which are just basically every Western state? Pretty much every Western state. Is those the same comparator states?
Yes, Chairman Nicholas and Senator Perkins, those are the states.
And so before we move on, I'm just looking at the background memo that we received. And the average pay raise that we gave in 2 state employees in July was roughly what? I think it says 400, roughly 4,400 per person on average. Yeah, 7.97%.
That's correct, Chairman Nicholas, on average about 7.9%.
And so when you say you're scrambling to get 2022, I can imagine that you would be, but because pay raises in 2022 have skyrocketed. I mean, probably in almost all sectors. So I'm just thinking realistically, for us to go to a 2022 pay scale at 91%, we're probably looking at least that size of an increase again. And just doing rough math in my head.
Yes, and that's about approximately we're anticipating as well, without seeing the data. We have preliminarily been in conversations with some comparator states. A lot of states are really worrying about the bottom end of the pay tables, which is where we typically have our hardest time recruiting as the pay grades C and D. We have received some preliminary information that there are quite a few states that maybe they're looking into moving the minimum wage to at least $15 an hour. And so we still have state employees, $13 an hour. So if we're gonna start seeing some of that type of numbers in the new data, we're anticipating the same growth as we were.
Go ahead.
On that, so I mean, if you go back and look, I think we have some people low as $10, $11 an hour. And if you do that, but how, do you have any idea about the number of employees and what that cost is to move those low end folks up? If you're moving them up, I mean, some of those folks, that'd be a 30 to 50% pay raise. But how expensive is that to the state? Do you have any guess on that? I don't know that it would be all that much. I don't know that there's that many of those positions.
Right. Chairman Nicholas and Senator Perkins, I'm going to turn this question over to Jared Hansen, and I'm not sure if we have Megan Connor, our compensation analyst, on the phone. We did do some work with the dollars that were distributed to work with those pay grades C and D. Those are our highest turnover classifications. And if I'm not mistaken, our lowest one, we did have $10, $11 an hour. I believe the lowest employee that will have moved to $13.75.
Mr. Chairman, Jared Hansen, Program Manager with Human Resources Division. Senator Perkins, we can certainly get those numbers for you. Like Aaron said, Megan Connor ran some analysis when there was some chatter, I think at the federal level of moving minimum wage to $15 an hour. So we've got those numbers that we can run fairly regularly. But I think in total percentage, we see, when you look at the state's composition and its workforce, we see a very low percentage of our workforce making less than $15 an hour, especially after the changes, like Aaron was saying, that we just made with this compensation package. I don't recall what the new minimum is, but we're definitely a lot closer now than what we would have been prior to phase one of this compensation package. But I think we've got maybe one or two pay grades out of all the different pay grades that we have where the minimum is still below that $15 number. So agencies could pay below 15. But we've really tried hard to fund through this compensation package. Again, every position, every vacancy, that was something new that we did this last go around, at least at 83% of the new MPP. So hopefully enabling agencies to move that bottom up.
So, Mr. Chairman, if I can follow up. So, I mean, so I just took the opportunity last session just to talk with some of the janitorial staff that was coming through and cleaning up after us in our chambers. And it was, those are some of the positions you've really struggled to fill. And, what they were telling me was that, there's so many places that you could walk, go to work at McDonald's or Taco John's, and you could get a $2 or $3 an hour pay raise. So what are Taco John's and McDonald's paying in Cheyenne these days?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Perkins, I think you're spot on. I think we see that we lose a lot of custodial staff to just a whole variety of jobs, including some from the fast food industry. So I suspect that I know in the Cheyenne area, we see all the time signs posted hiring, and a lot of people can go in on day one and get hired and potentially make something more than what the current wages at the state.
Good.
So Aaron, when up in my part of the world, I think the difficulty, there was a lot of appreciation, but there's also, I think, a fair amount of confusion. And one thing we know, if any of us have been in business, everybody knows what everybody else gets paid. It's just the way it works. And so you had people in a class code that felt like somebody in a different class code at the same salary range would be, getting the same, would now be at the same hourly rate, which I believe was incorrect. I think you're within a class code and you fit within the ranges within that class code. But I don't think that was, as you read the letters that was sent out, it was hard to refine that out of the explanation. And so my question as I present the problem, do you feel like you've got that resolved? Because I think particularly in a state facility, whether it be a prison or a life resource center or state hospital, and you have a lot of different class codes, there gets to be that confusion and perhaps create some concern. Are we on top of that?
We are Chairman Nicholas and Representative Larson. That's a great question. And we heard that too. I think in the past, when we've given distributions, we have had policies where we've moved to a specific compa ratio. So everybody moved to 90% or everyone moved to 95%. People were confused at the beginning because they thought they were going to go there. That did not happen. And I think that the issue that we're grappling with, and this is always the hard part, when an agency hiring manager hires a position, they have a range between the entry and the market, they can hire that employee. And they hire employees differently based on their years of experience and the qualifications that they bring to a job. When we move everybody to the same compa ratio, that's completely unraveling what the agency has brought someone in at based on previous years of experience or qualifications. So this market implementation, we tried to keep in contact in the integrity what hiring managers had hired people in based on their differences, where we focused on moving employees. And you have to take into consideration, we might have 3 employees who all are in the same class code who've started at a different hiring rate. The approach that we took is to move those furthest away from market with the highest performance and accelerate those to the market the quickest. And so, yes, I think that's a very fair question. And we heard a lot of that. I think we have done some education and will continue to educate on that. I think this is the best approach that we can take to get caught up since we were so far behind. Once we get to where we want to go with the new updated data, I think that phase 3, definitely we are going to need to, this is the approach where it eases the most compression and accelerates employees the quickest. However, what we do when we get where we want to go and where we're maintaining that, we probably are going to want to look at going into something more compa ratio based or years of service and have the performance component be more of a bonus, because we're now building performance in with these salary increases to get somebody to a market that we're not at yet, but we know everybody's performance changes. And so an ongoing philosophy of rewarding performance other than, some sort of a bonus is something we're probably definitely going to need to look at, but we're right now just catching up because we're so far behind. And so our approach now is going to be different than our long-term strategy.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman. I think Andy's.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I understand what you said in terms of how we're implementing to get up to this standard. But thinking back to the conversations we had last December, there were issues that we were trying to address, essentially retention and getting qualified applicants. How long do you think it will take to acquire the data to see the relationship between the pay raises and those 2 categories?
Representative Chairman Nicholas, Senator Schwartz, we have heard and we've seen in the past, it takes about 6 months to a year before we can start seeing some changes. So we have recently implemented, we have given you guys our new workforce report. This is run with data from June 30th, 2022. I'm not sure if you guys have had a chance to look at it yet, but there's some very alarming statistics in there. If you turn to page 52, we have a 10-year history of turnover. The first chart includes transfers, so it might be, not turnover to the state as a whole, but if an employee leaves A&I and goes to Office of State Lands and Investments, that's turnover for us. The number has jumped from fiscal year 2021 from 18% to 24.8%. We have seen a dramatic shift in employees completely leaving state government altogether. That has shifted from 16.6% to 22.8%. And so since this data was run June 30th of 2022, when we implemented the increases in July, we've anecdotally heard a lot of agencies, exit interviews, employees were going to leave, and these raises came, and we've been able to retain. Quite a few have stayed, and they feel confident that there's more increases, and we're working on this issue in the future. Agencies are working really hard. We know employees staying is not just compensation driven, it's flexibility in schedules, various things that employees are looking for other than compensation, and the state is really working on that as well. We hope to be able to run and have some numbers for you just to see where we're sitting in November, and maybe we'll have a little guide. We have some numbers that Jared can talk about with you guys too. We've included some new tables that look at our recruiting, how many actually applications we're getting in and how many qualified applications we're getting in. those previously have just been dropping off exponentially. And so we're also tracking that to see, once we implement these raises and do a little more educating, a little more outreach, career fairs and that sort of thing, if we can drive those numbers back up. So we hope to have some preliminaries, see where we sit at November, but we think about 6 months to a year before we'll really be able to see what this has accomplished.
Well, and Aaron, it's a new normal and we don't know what normal is, but every industry in Wyoming has that exact same problem right now, or very similar to it, and education's probably even worse than when you guys.
So, Mr.
It's just a
Chairman,
tough place to be, so go ahead.
a quick question with this data. So is this total turnovers? Does this reflect retirees that then have to backfill those positions? And so I'm just curious if this is being driven by retirees, not so much people leaving for other job opportunities. And so do we know what that is that part of the data that we're seeing that's driving this?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Hicks, that's a great question, and I would point you to page 47 of that workforce report. We do track the retirement history, and so you can see that in the fiscal year 2021, 2022, we had 337 retirements versus the fiscal year 2020, 2021 having 299. So we did see an uptick in retirements, but if you look at and I don't have the exact numbers comparison between the two fiscal years, but I think we saw, I don't know that it was that much amount of a difference to make up the total amount difference that we saw in total turnover. Now we are, I will say, working very closely right now with the state auditor's office, trying to refine not only our exit interview process in terms of human resources, but how do we track why people are leaving in the payroll system. So I'm hopeful that, again, in 6 months to a year, we're going to have very reliable data why people are leaving the state, whereas today it's a little bit more ambiguous. But I think that in a year's time, we're going to have pretty good data, whether they're leaving for compensation or another reason. And I'm optimistic that we'd have better data than why people are leaving in its entirety.
Mr. Chairman, certainly a significant portion of that increase in turnover is associated with an increase in retirement. Which means to me that people are not, the reason we're getting at least part of that turnover isn't because they're out there getting a better job with higher pay. It's because we've got an aged workforce out there that's just going to retire. It
Well,
accounts
and-
for
and-
part
and-
of that explanation.
And to combine that, I think we need to know both retirement and subtract that from the number. And also when you're just changing different agencies, because people go to different agencies because they're just something else they want, or they're getting a pay raise, one or the other.
So, Mr. Chairman,
Go ahead.
specifically, I'd ask that on page 52, that the bottom graph be redone, 10-year history, total turnover excluding transfers and excluding retirements.
It would be useful to have.
Mr. Chairman,
Go ahead.
thank you. And in addition to that, I want to talk about the other side of the equation is, and I think Senator Hicks is right, a lot of these are retirements, not the total picture, but it's a piece and a pretty good sized piece. But go now to the other side, the people, the new hires that we're trying to attract. It's more than just money. I mean, in my experience in my business, and now I'm having to do things that I never had to do before, as far as benefits, wellness programs, and all that. So really would like to hear, and I said this before, and I didn't see it in this report. And so I'm kind of asking again, and if I missed it, you guys can help me out. But what are we offering? What are we doing to change the culture? Are we taking a real, I know we've, through in the post-COVID era, a lot of folks want to talk about working from home. And we're kind of, are we standing pat with the policies we had? Are we going back to, having people come back to work? Or what are we doing outside of that box? And to try, because it is more than just money. And so I'd like just to hear about that, because I think that'll be a big part of the whole picture. Be more willing to vote for more money if I knew there was something else that was picking up the pieces on this. So I just let you know. Thanks. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Guru, I will just add that through HR centralization, it's something that we are working really hard to make some revisions to, whether it's policy or whether it's standard. And so one of the efforts right now I will highlight is something like a flexible work schedule beyond telework, but trying to highlight some parameters in policy that will allow agencies to take advantage of flexible work schedules. Before where it was, we had a policy, but it wasn't updated. I think it was updated last in maybe the early 2000s or 2010. So we're making some updates to policies like that hopefully we can see some improvement with, along with some other processes, benefits. We're working really hard and closely with Department of Transportation and the Game and Fish Commission right now to pilot some programs that could potentially lead to changes in personnel rules or the compensation policy. So I'm optimistic that, or hopeful that we can make some strides in that area for sure.
Go ahead. Another, and just because we just talked about this at lunch, it's still on top of my head, one of the old axioms that we've kind of had around here is, by golly, we want everybody that works for the state of Wyoming to live in Wyoming. That may not be practical in this new age. And I know in some areas, especially around China, it's slipping a bit. But I also want to kind of have you all take a look at that too and say, are we, is this hurting us, helping us? If it's costing us and we want to do it and there's a cost to it, then let's find out what it is and see if we're prepared to pay it. If not, maybe we might want to look at other alternatives. Thank you. Thanks, Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chairman, just piling on with Senator Rue about that. So on what page is this? This is page, I think it was 54, where you have this graph about length of service and separation. So what you have is, looks like 16% of the workforce turns over in the year 0 through 4.
First 5 years.
Of the total state workforce turns over years 1 through 4. And so it's the same type of thing. What is it? And then obviously it drops down. You have more invested, but basically you're developing a brand loyalty, if you will, to the state. And it's the same thing. What are we looking at besides just pay? Pay's certainly a part of it, but what's out there to help develop that brand loyalty so that having 16% of your workforce turn over because they don't stay, just about time that means just about time they really know what they're doing, they're gone. And that's tough. That's hard on everybody.
Chairman Nicholas and Senator Perkins, we're doing a lot, like Jared had mentioned, with HR consolidation, new onboarding, statewide consistent onboarding, trying to change the perception when employees start with the state and implementing that brand from day one, doing some more regular follow-ups with employees, making sure that they're settling in okay and that they have what they need to do their job successfully. Like Jared mentioned, we also have heard from a lot of state employees, they're applying for promotions in the state, but it's very true to what Senator Guru said. They're not there just for the money. We've had, and Russ was telling us on the way up here, a state employee had an opportunity to take a promotion 3 levels up for a pretty substantial salary increase. They turned it down because their previous position, they were able to work a flexible schedule where they had every other Friday off to spend the time with their wife. And to them, that was very important to the family unit as a whole. And so the promotion was turned down. And so we're very much tuned in to what state employees are wanting or needing out of employment. Isn't necessarily always compensation based. So we're working on the not only, like Jared said, the exit interview questions, but implementing with our onboarding stay interviews. Why employees who've stayed with the state of Wyoming a long time, why are you here? Those who like you said, the 16%, that's what's concerning to us. So those in the first 5 years who are leaving, why are they leaving? What are we not doing, or what could we do differently? We have just sent out another employee satisfaction survey. We've shared the results with you guys in the past. We're sending it out again. Post-COVID, post-salary increases. So we're hoping to get a little bit more positive responses from the employees, but we're also asking, what else do you need, or what could we be doing as an employer to keep you here? And so we should be able to have those updates on that survey for you in November as well.
Thank you. Follow up, Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
And then the other thing I was going to ask you is on the other end. I mean, in talking with what other jurisdictions and other departments are doing in other states, one of the things that they've done is, because of the loss of the really experienced senior people, is they're actually allowing retirement benefits to start without separation of service. And so my understanding, most of those times your retirement benefit is fixed. If you elect to do that, your retirement benefit's fixed. It's not going to change, but you don't necessarily have to quit. You can keep your job or come back and have the same job or different job. But they're still, so you're able to beginning to collect retirement and then you collect your salary. And I don't know if you're doing that, and I know I'm looking at some of my retirement people here. You know, that, I don't know how that affects that actuarially. There's probably some effect, but I don't know if the benefits are fixed, regardless. I don't know if that seems to me that would be relatively minimal, but I may not be thinking about it properly. But that's another thing that I'm seeing people do out there to do this whole thing to stop the brain drain that's happening all across the country.
Yes, Chairman Nicholas, Senator Perkins, that's definitely something we're looking into. Those are called rehired retiree programs. They're very much in the conversations and the meetings with other states that we're in. So we're definitely really honed into looking at that. I know a lot of agencies are already feeling the brain drain, and so they're working at hiring retirees back on contract. So we are doing that, except now we have to be very careful that we don't mess up their retirement benefits or hire them back within a certain amount of time, and they have to pay all of that back. So that's definitely something we're looking into, and we'll work with retirement on that as well.
There may be something that legislature, whenever that to happen, there may be something legislature might have to do. I'm not sure, but if there is, let us know.
Okay, thank you.
So Aaron, on that total turnover length of service draft, how much of that, or at least I would assume some of that could be going from one agency to another. Turnover isn't meaning that they're leaving state government per se. Is that a fair assumption?
That's a fair assumption, Representative Larson, but we can spread those numbers out based on the previous ask, taking retirees out. We can do a couple different cuts of this table and get that to you as well.
Okay, further questions? Go ahead, Andy.
Thanks. So recognizing that it's not the same for all positions, have you ever been able to estimate what the cost of turnover is?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Schwartz, we've done some research on how to calculate the cost of turnover. If you look out there, there's 100 different models on how to calculate the cost of turnover, ranging from just a simple look to getting into the detail about the administrative costs for HR, for posting jobs, interviewing, and there's so many variables that can be taken into consideration. We have not identified a best model to present a number, but I think that what you'll see is that oftentimes it ranges anywhere from, their yearly salary to 2 times their yearly salary, and some of the numbers get awfully big, which I'm a little bit skeptical about, but it's something we can certainly look into more.
Chairman Nicholas and Representative Schwartz, we do have the Jobs Workforce Committee that has taken place of the State Employees Compensation Commission. It's staffed with the governor's office. There's agency directors on there. That has come up a lot, just trying to get our arms around what this turnover costs. And so I think we're definitely going to work with them, maybe our economic analysis division, to help us come up with a statistically sound model. But if anyone here has any experience and has done that and has a model you'd like to share with us, we'd be open to that as well.
Okay, anything else? Okay, please proceed.
Mr. Chairman, I believe the next thing we had on our agenda was kind of an update with EGI. You had asked us at the last meeting to bring, I believe, 3 things: a reserve policy, kind of what that looks like, our actuarial report, which is attached to your packet, and kind of a stress test. And so I think with that, Mr. Chairman, I'm going to turn it over to Ralph Hayes, who's a program manager for Employees Group Insurance. And he can kind of walk us through the handout that he's provided, that will kind of walk through that reserve policy. And then if you've got questions on the actuarial report, we can go through that too.
Great, all right, go ahead, Ralph.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, my name is Ralph Hayes. I'm the manager of the Employees and Officials Group Insurance Program. We'll start going through this. The first page on the handout that was provided is basically showing it's a spreadsheet that's very small numbers, which is unfortunate, but to get it out there. But what I want to demonstrate here is that on a monthly basis, we will be providing ongoing basically fiscal position to the LSO, so it'll be available to the committee. And we started last month, and so as that is updated about the middle of the month, these will be available. And these are at a point in time at the end of the month, so last working day of the month. next page. We go on past that, the cash reserve stress test, I'm gonna go through these fairly quickly. We try to make up some time here. Our cash balances are at a point where we are in good shape. And so we could withstand a quite heavy stress on our particular program and maintain even within the range. Reach 110% of projections in a given year, we'd still be within the floor and the ceiling. Beyond that point is very rare, though possible on the outside. However, changes in utilization happen every year. Sometimes it's higher, sometimes it's lower. So these do happen. And when we make those rate decisions for upcoming years, we take that into account on where we are and where we need to be.
And so when I was kind of looking at this, I look at the kind of the rate ceiling and looking at the letter that you had with was it DOL, Department of Labor. Anyways, the one that was talking about when your reserve is too much. And so it's kind of talking about the range in the safe harbor appeared that you could have about 2 months of claims over and above what I forget it's got the one acronym was, but you have about 2 months over that. And I just noticed in your reserve, our ceiling never seems to get usually right around 1.4, 1.6 months instead of 2. And I'm just wondering, is that a conscious choice or is that just the way that the numbers work out?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Perkins, basically right now, the LSO did an excellent analysis on looking at what the incurred but not reported claims are, doing it on an incurred basis. So we're sitting out there at roughly 1.6, 1.7 months. That's the way it's worked out. When I've visited with other states, generally what you're seeing is the incurred but not reported claims. They fund at least at that level, plus a contingency reserve. It's called a lot of different names, catastrophic reserve, which ranges in numbers. For example, the state of Texas has the IBNR plus 60 days, so 2 months on top of that. And they have never been contacted by Department of Health and Human Services, so that has been evidently acceptable in that particular program. Now, one thing I will point out in talking with some of these my peers out there, when you even mention working with Health and Human Services, most of them go, "What?" Because they've never been contacted. They're not even aware that they're really part of the SWICAP and that they could potentially be contacted, although they're never contacted directly. It's always through the SWICAP process. And there have been negotiations out there. For example, state of Pennsylvania in 2019 got contacted by Health and Human Services. So they're very aware of this particular program. And they negotiated to address that over a 3-year period. And how they're handling it is just basically holding their rates until that reserve level drops over the course of 3 years.
Just out of curiosity, I mean, were they 6 times? Were they 2.3? Or, I mean, do you know how far out of bound how far out of the safe harbor they were?
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, Senator Perkins, no, I do not know exactly how much, but it was fairly significant because they were $93 million over whatever that threshold was. And so that's well beyond IBNR plus a contingency reserve. So they went above that contingency reserve, whatever it was. But again, when I point back to the state of Texas with their 2-month or 60-day reserve above the IBNR, that seems to be a safe threshold.
So Ralph, I had a hard time digesting the information because as I went through Karen's information, she posted some stuff here from Siegel that says that the average month, that we have 1.6 months as the floor, 2.37 as the ceiling. You just got through saying about a month and a half, 2 months. Then I go to page 3 of your handout and it says that self-funded reserve comparison, we're at 30%, which is 3.6 months. And I can you help me?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Larson, the 30% is based on a cash basis. So it really isn't backing out some of the unearned income and some claims that haven't been paid yet that aren't recognized under the IBNR. So that is a total cash arrangement, which doesn't reflect, like you said,
And we would know that how by looking at that.
you don't know by looking at this one. This is more something you have to visit with each one of the plans to find out. And one of the things I asked to be passed out, I brought one more reserve policy for everybody's review. And the reason I did this, because when visiting with these various plans, they strictly go with their actuaries. So what they say is they're incurred but not reported claims, and then they have some variation of a contingency reserve above that. And that's either on a target basis or a range basis. And most of them are on a target basis. So this particular option 3, Mr. Chairman, Senator Perkins, basically a range would be as long as you're operating between the floor, which would be the incurred but not reported claims, and the contingency reserve cap, which is say like Texas is 60 days. As long as you're within that range, you're in good shape, which is true. Versus a target that says, in the state of Colorado is a good example of this one. They don't have a range. They have a target, which is IBNR plus 12% of annual claims.
So, Mr. Chairman, follow up, the reason, and I'm really not complaining, but the reason I bring that up is because in the exchange back and forth between the agency and this committee, we've never understood quite where our reserves are at. We think we understand, then we find out that we don't understand. You think you conveyed it to us, then you find out later maybe we didn't understand. And so I'm hoping that we need to understand what the reserve is and how you're defining that, what's acceptable, and then chisel that in stone so that each year when we're looking at our budget and whatever, we know that that's what it's based on, because I'm struggling to understand what that is in the information that I read, and fair enough, maybe I just don't understand it, but I just want to make sure that we're all on the same page.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Larson, the purpose of the monthly report we will be providing will show both on a cash basis, an incurred basis, a floor and a ceiling, so that the LSO and this committee is kept apprised of exactly where this program is and on the end of the month basis every month.
Thank
you.
Go ahead.
I take it from that we intend to be a range. We intend to, as long as we're within the range, we want to call it good. Is that, am I understanding that right?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Perkins, basically you're in a safety zone anytime you're within that floor and the ceiling. And when you get above or below those floor and the ceiling, then adjustments absolutely have to be made to bring it back into line. So yes, that would be the case. And on this particular reserve policy that I have in front of you, again, when we look at the OMB circular that was provided by Karen, that portion mentions actuarial. So rather than go with the 2 options I provided before, which is more of a simplified, it's 2 months of claims and 4.5 months of claim, it's probably better for us to go with strictly having, when we have our actuarial report for the annual renewal, that they provide the floor and the ceiling based upon the incurred but not reported claims on an incurred basis and the contingency reserve, so that it can be reflected in that monthly report that we provide you.
Mr. Chairman and Ralph, who decides what the floor is and what the ceiling is?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Larson, in this particular one, the actuaries would provide those numbers based upon the directions we give them. And this particular one, incurred but not reported claims on an accrued basis would be the floor. And 60 days, just matching Texas as an example here, for the contingency reserve above and beyond that, they would calculate that.
So, Mr. Chairman, follow up, but who decided what the acceptable floor is. I understand the actuaries are telling you. But who decided that policy? The agency, or did we decide that? Who made that decision?
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, Representative Larson, that hasn't been decided yet. We have put that into place because that seems to be, when I look at all the other states, that seems to be where their floor is. So we're just doing in essence, best practices of having incurred but not reported claims on an incurred basis as the floor.
So Ralph, part of our discussions in the past have been, you wanted around 4 months. We think that maybe 5 or 6 months might be more appropriate, just to be safer and to stop the fluctuation in rates. So that you can hold on to rates longer. So how does that meld into what you just said?
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, I'm afraid when we get to 6 months beyond that one, that's going to be beyond what we can justify to the Department of Health and Human Services for a contingency reserve above and beyond the incurred but not reported claims. I used Texas as a safe harbor because it had 60 days beyond that incurred but not reported claims. So that's roughly a little over 4 months, like 4.2 months. We could probably bump that up a little bit higher and get by with it. And Siegel Company back in 2017 in a correspondence with Rory Horsler in our office, they looked at the contingency reserve and felt that anywhere between 1 and 3 months was justifiable. That would bump up going with a 3 months contingency reserve would bump that up to roughly a little over 5 months for a ceiling.
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Ralph, I'm looking at your sheet, as you said, with all the little numbers on it. And is outstanding health, that's the claims in the claims coming out from the previous month. Is that what that number represents?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Guru, actually, this does not show the income or the claims paid. This is strictly showing the cash balances at the end of the month. So it's the net result after paying our bills and making the adjustments. So you have the cash balance, a net reserve, a reserve policy floor, and a reserve policy ceiling. And it shows the adjustments that take place on a monthly basis.
Okay, thank you.
So Ralph, for the EGI, what do we anticipate for the next increase in premiums?
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, the recommendation is to hold the rates where they are currently. So no rate increase for next year.
So we know that the price of medical costs have probably gone up 15 to 20% in the last 12 months. So why would we not take action now, prepare ourselves so we don't have, when the rate increase does come, it's not going to be a 10% or a 15% jump. So that's what, what we want to do is make it gradual and make it less,
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, the actuaries actually take that into account when they're doing the claims projection. So that's really built into the calculations for the projected claims. Inflation is a large part of what they anticipate into the future. Now, also, please be aware that many of the contracts with medical providers is not on a billed basis. It's on a negotiated rate. And so just because a medical provider wants to increase their rates, it's not automatic.
But what we want to avoid is having the rate holidays and then having spikes in, cost to the employee. That's the key. So, go ahead.
So, Mr. Chairman, and just thinking about this, I mean, when we go into the budget, we have the base budget. But one of the things that there's an increase between on that base budget is in the 200 series where we're increasing, we see inflationary pressures there, which are allowed to come through, and they just get presented in that base budget every year. Does that including an inflationary component for the employee insurance in Series 200? Does that make sense? I mean, when we get the budget, if you go back and look at the base budget, Series 200 will always be more than it was the previous budget. And Series 200 are the fringe benefits. So it's, among those, obviously, is retirement. The biggies are retirement and health insurance. So I'm just wondering, are we covering part of the inflationary process automatically in the budget? Because that's one of the increases that are allowed in the base budget before it gets to us.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Perkins. Yes, absolutely. When we do the projections for the employer contribution, which is the state's responsibility for future rate increases, that's taken into account.
Okay, any more questions for Ralph? EGI, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So Ralph, last time we were talking about a reduction in claims largely attributable to COVID in terms that people were not going for, elective surgeries. What are the actuaries saying about this trend moving forward? Is there going to be a reversal and a higher percentage?
Mr. Chairman, Representatives Schwartz. Thank you. My eyeglasses are a little bit blurry here. Basically, we saw the dip where we saw the reduction in the elective surgeries, which had primarily happened. For the most part, we were anticipating a much larger swing back. Most of that has already occurred. But I will say that during the COVID timeframe, and I would say probably largely due to the RFP we just went through, Cigna was pretty active out there renegotiating their contracts with the medical providers, which I believe offset much of that cresting wave that pushed forward. These days, I think we're pretty much back on mostly a normal situation, though you do still see with odds and end COVID pieces where somebody's surgery gets delayed either through the staff or through the patient.
About a 10% fluctuation seems fairly normal. Is that correct?
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, Representative Schwartz, 10% is very abnormal, to be honest with you. Normally, your swings are anywhere from 2 to 7% is where normally our average increase, if you take over a number of years, is roughly 5.8%. So a 10% swing is absolutely outside of the norm.
Thank you.
Chairman, please. So Ralph, I want to go back to Chairman Perkins' comments on the Series 200. And if I understood you correctly, we're saying that there's some inflationary adjustments on an annual basis or in the biannual basis on the Series 200. And part of that would reflect impacts on health insurance. And so my question is am I correct in saying that the state is bearing all the burden of that? And if so, why is that so?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Larson, oh, absolutely not. Basically, the employer contribution is based upon where we're sitting right now, which is the 82% employer contribution. The employees are equally sharing in their particular portion of it. And especially when you get into retirees, who are paying almost all the premiums themselves, they're bearing the entire burden.
Okay, further questions? Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Committee members, the consulting firm that I was the CEO over for many years, I would go through this exercise every single year. And my HR director would bring this data to me and I would study it through. And for your information, I feel really good about what they're projecting and to maintain the rates flat.
I might have gone in with just a slight increase just to keep that trend going. However, given the circumstances with inflation and all the rest of the impacts, we've heard several times about state employees say, yeah, every time we get a raise, they increase the premiums and so it doesn't really affect me. It'd be nice to go let them experience the raise without an increase this time. So for what it's worth, I think we're spot on with the department. Nice job.
Okay, with that, I think that's a good time to end.
Chairman,
Go ahead.
we had a staff memo that I hope we could.
Okay, what's that? Oh, please proceed.
Mr. Chairman, Karen Von LSO, that memorandum that you have that leads this section was prepared by your LSO staff. And Ralph does bring up a very good point that it was $93 million that one state was required to pay back over time. However, that 2000 letter that was issued by Department of Health and Human Services to the state of Wyoming was issued in January of 07, and we had until June 30th of 07 to correct that balance. So we immediately issued, or not immediately, that spring, not only did state employees receive a rate holiday, but that also was extended to retirees in order to receive a medical subsidy so that we could get that balance down before the end of the fiscal year. Because had we not completed that and brought it down to whatever range that was, because unfortunately we don't have the work papers to know what X and Y were. But if we didn't, then the federal portion that we had been billing them would have to be reimbursed to them. We would have been able to keep the reserve on the state portion, but they would have required us to return it on the federal portion. The other thing that specifically that the OMB provides for and looks at is, although they don't set a precise maximum, they do provide some pretty strong language of looking at IBNR. And then they also they go into saying it is limited to IBNR. And if it's higher than IBNR, you need to justify it. And then if you're looking at the internal service funds, when you're looking at capital reserves, working capital reserves, that's where the 60 days comes in. So that's why you have that's where the 60 days of reserves comes in. And that's why you have states that seem very comfortable with having the IBNR plus those 60 days. Calculating the way the other states using their methodology that you have in my attachment B, but using Wyoming's figures, takes those reserve levels anywhere from about 30 million to $80 million. So you're ranging right in there. The expectation is to kind of target for 50, and you've got, 55, you've got 25 on either side. What we have here with setting the 60-day reserve plus the IBNR does the exact same thing. The most beneficial of the states that were surveyed in 2020 set their target at 250% of IBNR, which is pretty much your 2 months plus your IBNR. So that's where, of course, it's a policy decision, but that's where it seems the other states are falling in line.
Please.
So Karen, the IBNR is a moving number.
Correct.
And the actuaries, we had 3 different numbers: baseline, 95% confidence, 99% confidence, and the numbers went up. Are you seeing that, are we in a jeopardy if we pick the most conservative, the IBNR numbers, that is the largest IBNR number based on the actuarial, and then adding 60 days on top of that? And do you see an issue with that with OMB based on your research?
I can't speak for the federal government.
Okay.
However, I don't see that we would have difficulty in justifying carrying a 90% versus a 99%. Both of those can be based as actuarially sound based on historic experiences. So I don't see that we would have difficulty calculating our minimum, our base, as the 99% IBNR now.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
And just to take this from the opposite approach, what we want to do is make sure that we are on the same boat we were last year, where we were underwater because we didn't have enough in reserves at the time. And so, you know, I think you have to take, that may have been a worst case scenario, but whatever reason it was, and I believe it's because we didn't require rate increases when we saw the writing on the wall through communications between the executive branch and us and you, that we continue, that we, you know, that doesn't happen again. So, and that's how all of this discussion got started. So. And I think, Trish knows that, and Ralph, yeah, I think you understand it, and that's why we're gonna get these monthly reports so that we can continue to have an even keel as we move forward. So I appreciate it. Okay, anything else? All right, we're almost catching up, but not quite. Next, anything else for you? Any public comment on that issue? Any public comment? All right, we'll move on. Okay. ETS is up next. Thank you. Thank you. Wonderful. Go ahead. Please proceed.
Good afternoon, Chairman Ellis. Thank you very kindly. Chairman Perkins and the rest of the members of the Joint Appropriations Committee. My name is Bill Vida. I serve as the state.
Bill, get that closer to you, would you?
Oh, I'm sorry. My name is Bill Vida. I serve as the state CIO and the director of the Department of Technology Enterprise Services. I have with me today our deputy CIO and deputy director, Tim Sheehan, and our director of communications and government affairs, Ms. Kayla Woods. And thank you, Mr. Chairman. May I proceed?
Please.
Thank you. I'd like to start this morning just this afternoon with some follow-up from our last meeting. And then I'll go into our prepared remarks. But there were some questions that had been asked last time, and there's some facts that I'd like to share. I started out last time explaining I hadn't been here quite 6 months. This time I haven't been here quite 7 months. That'll be next week. But as just some facts, since that time, since June 2nd, between then and now, we spent an additional 60 hours in the car, a lot of windshield time. We traveled to a number of different places, 26 in total, to try to get a sense of exactly what the current state of the enterprise is, where some of our gaps and weaknesses might be, where we can gain some more efficiencies. Probably about 6,400 miles traveling around Wyoming doing that. And just to give you a sense of some of the things we did, we continued our process of having town hall meetings with all of our employees. We took up the invitations from many of my peers in the department, directors of other departments, to visit some of the places where we're providing enabling support. So places like the Wyoming Women's Center, the state hospital, the state fair. We had an opportunity to visit, I think, virtually every region of the Wyoming Association of Municipalities. We've met with county officials, with city and town officials, talking about a wide variety of things. And some of the immediate impacts, some of the feedback I got was from staff, at least, that had been the first time they'd actually ever met the CIO or the director of the department they work for since we were formed up. And in other cases, I heard from my peers in other departments that we were the first senior leadership team from the Enterprise Technology Services Organization to actually get out and see firsthand what our staff was doing in the field. So first ones to tour the prisons, first ones to visit the hospitals. And so I consider that very good feedback and a sign that the due diligence that we're taking on with our responsibilities is the right way to head. I wanted also to address a couple of the points that were raised during the June 2nd meeting. Chairman, you had asked me kind of the good, bad, the ugly. How could you help? What were the kind of things that we needed? And so let me first say, I'm extremely proud of everybody in the Department of Enterprise Technology Services. I've had a firsthand chance to meet with people at facilities across the state who've given me feedback that the services our personnel provide are vital and necessary to the operation of those institutions, that without them, they wouldn't have alternatives for the kind of services that are being provided every day. So in speaking to the good, bad, and ugly, I don't want to speak to it in any pejorative sense because I'm extremely proud and humbled to be the leader of this team. You could imagine the things that are stable or improving would be our operations, the telecommunications, the IT itself is up and running every day with very little downtime and in line with our maintenance expectations. Our customer support focus continues to be about on track. Of course, there are always people who are looking for a little bit more. Their expectations are a little bit higher. And I believe Tim is going to be speaking a little bit to our problem ticket processes. But we're very responsive on the help desk. People are getting the attention and help that they need. Workforce development, I've heard in the previous testimonies that there's a lot of focus on workforce, and I'd like to thank our colleagues in administration and information for their support. And of course, your continued support and interest in getting us to where we need to be. Workforce development is our #1 priority. Without our team, nothing would get done. We've made great strides with vocational training. Some of those visits that we were speaking to were with the major vendors who provide the technologies that underlie all the enterprise support that we provide, not only through our our contract activities, but with each vendor, the major vendors, Amazon, Google, Microsoft, several others, we've secured free training for our staff in the use of all of their products. So we're going to be able to reinvest and reskill people in the technologies that we're using today, hopefully so that they can grow and become even more valuable as we move forward. We have our first supervisor and manager training kicking off in partnership with the community colleges coming up later this month. We're going to have the first 30+ people going through that to start making sure that we're growing a cadre of folks that can move through the organization and accede to leadership positions in the future. Our leadership training for our executives that we're doing in partnership with the University of Wyoming will be kicking off in the fall semester in January. Winter semester in January. And we're going to put our first 11 people through that. It's in coordination with the business school, the ethical leadership program that they have there. And so I'm looking forward to presenting more on that in future meetings with you. Our administrative capability is improving. Our ability to manage internal logistics, the facilities that we use, and the contracts that we need to let to get our business done is going okay. Communications and government relations is greatly improving. That was something that I believe in the past you might not have had tremendous amount of feedback from previous leadership in the OCIO and ETS. But as you can see, joined at the table with me today is our director. And I hope you find that she's keeping you informed and that you're getting the information that you need, and that hopefully that'll only continue to improve as we go into the future. And as I was saying, partner coordination, it's not just defined as the folks within government with our peers throughout the cabinet, but really with the vendors that we work with our colleagues in other states, with multi-state information sharing, wide plethora of different ways that we engage in the community to make sure that we understand how well we're doing relative to other operations like our own, and how well that we're helping people understand what it is that we're doing to support them every day. From a needs improvement kind of a perspective, they're ongoing activities, but we certainly can be doing better. Data management, privacy and security oversight. It's something that really we've focused on pretty substantially within the last 3 or 4 months. And we'll be focusing on going forward. I'm sure you've seen there are always security and privacy threats to information. There are always inadvertent breaches that organizations are suffering. The healthcare industry, the education sector, a lot of these organizations now face increased threats from ransomware, from privacy breaches and so on. And so being able to step up, understand where our data is and make sure it's properly protected, that we have the response capabilities in place to mitigate any unforeseen incidents that might occur, continues to be under development, and we are improving on it. Our compliance oversight, there are a lot of statutory requirements that we live under. We're becoming better at our reporting, generating the kind of data I hope that you're looking for. And we're going to continue to do that. We have, of course, outstanding audit plans of action and milestones that we continue to focus on. We're publishing our policies and standards. We're looking to have those updated at least once a year. And so we're in the process of getting our arms around making sure that the peer cabinet members have the latest and greatest standards, policies, and procedures that we can publish. Putting in place more disciplined project management. And we'll go into that a little bit more in the rest of the presentation. And then human resources, recruitment, retention again, we'll touch on that in just a little bit. Things that are nascent, that require a fair amount of attention, still a significant lift. Really the functions of the business management office, which is a new structure that comes really as a result of the Barry Dunn study and the increased focus that put on it. Enterprise architecture, portfolio management, asset management, risk management, a lot of the analytic type skills that require not only collecting the numbers and reporting on them, but actually putting some kind of a creative or analytic process in place to derive the kind of answers that you're looking for when it comes to, are we doing things as efficiently as possible? Are we generating the best return on investment that we can possibly return? What is our total cost of ownership, not just in the traditional sense, but for all of the different business and intangible values that we need to put in. And so those are, I'm going to speak to it in a moment, rare skills still within the organization that are going to require a different kind of support to get the folks on board that we need. We're reinvesting in our acquisition strategies, making sure that they align with the business and the mission priorities of the state. We're looking at through the results of the Barry Dunn, which you're going to hear about in a little bit, reinvesting in our IT investment management processes and governance to make sure that the needs of the departments align not only with their own goals and objectives, but with the enterprise goals and objectives. And then speaking to some of again the previous testimony, how do you take a workforce that takes on some of these new challenges that are called for by Barry Dunn? How do you reskill them from what they might be doing today to what you need them to be doing under that new paradigm and into the future? And how do you make sure that you do that on a sustainable basis? How do you make sure that you have succession planning in place so that you don't pull off all of these things at one time, but that you can count on that workforce being able to accomplish these things moving forward? So that's really nascent. So rather than good, bad, and ugly, I would say there are things that are at initial maturity, some things that need a little bit more of a lift, and some things that probably need a substantial lift. That's how I would break it out. A second thing that was asked for, how do we plan on dealing with rising escalators and in our maintenance contracts? What are the alternatives looking like? And again, we've heard a lot about that in testimony today. Some of it has to do with just simple improving the IT information management processes and governance. You'll hear more about that in the later testimony. Some of that might mean taking a look at the basic acquisition strategies and acquisition rules we're currently living under to see if they meet our business objectives or not, and if there are reforms necessary, coming back and having a discussion with you about what those might be. We're counting on some of the reforms that we've actually already put in place to expand competition, improve transparency, and through that, create better value in the different acquisition contracts that we're putting forward. Some of that discussion you've heard already with programs like RIS-TIS, where we're using different kind of acquisition methods, requests for information prior to request for proposal, looking at ways to break those monolithic requirements down into more bite-sized capabilities that potentially lower the risk, generate faster value, faster return on investment. And then providing more oversight for the contract initiatives we have. And that really speaks to how we're going to use the business management office and some of those nascent capabilities I was describing before to buy down risk, give us an opportunity to intervene earlier in investments if they're going off track or if they're improving, to make other kind of decisions about their trajectories and hopefully provide better value. The third question we have, and then I'm going to cut over to our deputy, Mr. Sheehan, to talk about the remaining questions before we get into prepared testimony. Do we have sufficient training? And so let me answer that by saying, excuse me? Oh, sufficient staffing, excuse me. In my belief, no. Some of these rare skills, some of these analytic positions aren't just rare in ETS, they're rare in government, they're rare actually in Wyoming. Enterprise architecture is a very competitive national level skill. It's very difficult to find an architect anywhere in the country, let alone in Wyoming. And so that has been a historical challenge for the organization since before I came on board, and it continues to be a persistent challenge. Things like portfolio management, asset management, financial management, risk management, all the kind of skills that you require to answer the kind of questions that you will have of our operations and the type of investments that we want to make are relatively rare compared to the rest of the skills that we use to operate the organization every day. And these are ones that, not for a lack of trying through our advertisements, but just simply trying to get qualified candidates, they've been persistently very difficult to find. And so I think from my 2 cents, it's a combination of factors that we'll continue to work on, with A&I, with the governor's office. And we'd like to come back and ask you for your help as we kind of figure out if there are some more fundamental issues that we might have to resolve to move that forward. I would speak aspirationally, sir. You had asked me at the last thing, what do we need? How can we get that to you? Because these skills are so difficult to get, we're going to have to look at alternatives to the way we fill some of these capabilities. But if I had to compare it to other states, to other experiences I've had in the past, aspirationally, if you wanted to get a sense of the floor that we're looking at for the number of skills, and then a ceiling based upon a certain amount of variability, because some of these are project manager skills, where if you can time it right, maybe you can reuse a project manager, notwithstanding everything you're going to hear from Tim. If you add more projects, you need more project managers, those kind of things. I estimate between our cybersecurity environment that we're building, which you'll hear more about, and some of these business management skills, we're probably short about 35 positions, depending on how many project management positions would ever be in play at some time. That number could go maybe as high as 50. But when you look at the tempo of operations for cybersecurity, our adversaries continue to up the tempo, and they work in different time zones around the globe than we do. And so fundamentally, it's going to require a different kind of coverage than what we have today. If you look at some of the things we're doing with counties, some of the things that we're doing with cities and towns to make sure that because they're information exchange partners with the state, that they have the cybersecurity resources and posture that they need. I could see in the future how, as part of a whole of state approach, we on a voluntary basis would be making our services available to them to help them recover from ransomware, cyberware attacks. And then when you look at all of these different analytic skills that I was speaking to, I think 35 is probably an aspirational floor for where we might end up in a mature operating posture. And if we maintain our focus on trying to recruit as many of those positions as we can today, it would probably take us at least another 18 months at the earliest to meet that floor. if you agreed with that assessment. Let me at that point, unless there are any questions, sir, turn it over to Tim to work through the remainder of the questions that were offered at the last session.
Please proceed.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, my name is Timothy Sheehan, officer and deputy director at ETS. One of the questions that came up in the last meeting was the progress of our CT position study. That are those positions that are still housed within the agencies that are in the IT classification. Just want to let you know, we are wrapping up that study. We did extend that out a little bit to think about lessons learned from the last time we took into a consolidation conversation. There were some pain points for agencies and we didn't want to rush through that, especially as we started receiving those JCQs, the job descriptions and the duties of those positions. Agencies expressed some of their concerns as well of, please take into account the impact on my agency if you would ever consider taking this person. So we took those concerns very seriously as we went through that process. There were about 80 positions that are under review. We started this process with a 3-person senior leadership review, and we broke that out into one of those members is new to state government, does not know the history of the previous consolidation. One of those members was previously consolidated from an agency, so very personally went through that process. And then another person is a long-term ETS employee, so we tried to capture all of those perspectives. So that was the initial review. We ran that through a second review process of a separate 7-person team, basically made up of the same makeup there. Again, to take in all of the perspectives. Areas that we focused on for review is what percentage of time is being spent on duties offered by ETS. If the duties and responsibilities are not offered by ETS, are they being performed in more than one agency? What percent of duties and responsibilities are technology related? If consolidated, where would they most likely fit within ETS? And then, of course, again, what are the risks of consolidating this position? So just kind of a cursory, given some rough percentages of those 80 positions, 20% were an absolute no-go in our opinion. They would have such a detrimental effect to the agency as far as their operations by trying to move that position just because of the specific things they're doing or it's a very specific agency mission project. We don't want to go down that road. There is about another 12, 15% that probably appeared, yeah, that actually makes sense. They're primarily focused on customer support, maintaining network equipment, things that the enterprise does. So, those are positions we would highly likely recommend. And then somewhere in the middle there, that 60-ish%, it gets questionable. Those positions aren't doing full-time IT work. They may only be doing 10, 20, 30, 40%, and the rest is specific to the agency, non-IT related. So now it's a matter of, are they in the right class code or some other question? So we are currently preparing that report for the governor's office for their review and further consideration. I expect that report will actually be turned over to them by the end of the month. And we will then work through the process with the agencies. If it's determined that position should move, a thoughtful consideration and conversation with the agencies moving forward. Or any questions? That kind of wraps up where we're at on the CT position study.
Questions? All right, please.
Just remember the CT stands for the acronym.
Computer technology. That's the acronym used in the class codes for an A&I. One of the questions that was also asked was, for staff that are leaving our agency, do we know why? HRD does perform an exit interview on a voluntary basis, so most employees will respond. Some I did notice did not respond. Kind of the top reasons we find staff leaving, they're leaving the state. There's a work-life balance, pay, or better advancement that they're seeking. Again, leaving state government for better advancement opportunities. We did have a few retirements in that process. You know, and, you know, thankfully for those folks retiring, they generally leave a comment of hard to leave a great group of people. So I appreciate those types of comments. We have some staff leaving because they can have full remote opportunity. They like working from home, and while we have a pretty generous policy at ETS, we do like to see folks every now and then in the office, and for some staff, they don't like the every now and then in the office. And then a concern that was often brought up is continuity within agency leadership. As we previously talked about, we've gone through a few folks in our leadership team over the 10-year history, and that causes concern for our staff as well. And then lastly on my list here is Chairman Nicholas, I believe you asked what was the average response time provided by ETS. So average response time, we generally will get back with the customer within a 1 to 4 hour window. That's generally the first acknowledgement and letting them know, hey, we've got your ticket, we're working on it. Completion times. Currently, the average time an incident is open, it's 5 days, 19 hours and 29 minutes. I will tell you personally, that's I'd like to see that drastically improve. But that is the honest number that we have today. It is an improvement from last year, where it was 6 days, 14 hours and 38 minutes. Average time for a service request. So the difference between an incident and a service is an incident is something broke. A request is I need something such as an email account or a new login for an employee. This year, pretty close between the two times, 5 days, 19 hours, 27 minutes. Last year, we were at 6 days, 14 hours, 49 minutes.
Okay. We have 32 seconds to answer any follow-up questions. Well, I appreciate the information. That's good stuff.
Thank you, sir. And to put that in context, that is statewide. So it's not just Cheyenne, that is anybody anywhere in the state with either an incident or a response requirement. That's how long this time starts.
Mr. Chairman, I do have one question about the difference between the incident request and the service request. The 5 days on the service request surprises me a little bit. Would that be something as simple as someone saying, hey, my email's not working anymore? Or what do you mean? Is it something a little more involved than that?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Stitt, for a service request, it's pretty much I need something new. So that's what a service request will be for, is I don't have something today and I'd like to have something. The incidents are generally what you just described. Hey, for whatever reason, I can't receive my email. How should I fix that? Or what could we do to get that taken care of?
Okay, further questions? Okay. Anything else? Please proceed.
So next, we did talk about GIS and the state. So there's a couple things I'd like to talk on about that.
Yeah, please go ahead.
So over the last couple months since we last met, we have worked very closely with the governor's office, as well as Jeff Hammerlink over at the University of Wyoming and WYGISC. I've had conversations with private sector GIS professionals and local communities, just trying to understand from their perspective what may be the best approach for Wyoming to move forward and put GIS in a better state. We kind of fell into the Pennsylvania model or an Indiana model. They're very similar. It's a hybrid approach to how those states manage GIS. There's a little bit of a statute that goes along with those states and just kind of solidifying what roles are. For us, I think we need to start where we're at today. I think we need to understand what is actually happening within the agencies, how they're using GIS, how that information is created, and how that information is or is not shared. Our agencies recreating information from one agency to the other agency because they don't know it exists somewhere else. And so we would like to propose, whether through a study or potentially authorizing FTEs. In the proposal, we would have a request later on in the process, but it may just make sense to authorize FTEs upfront have somebody start at the ground floor who understands what's going on and not have to take information from a consultant. But basically, over the next year, we would like to take that inventory and build that portfolio, understand, you know, how everybody is using the technology and how we can better facilitate the use of that information, not only within state government, but also within the private sector in the state as a whole. We would like to, you know, work more closely with the University of Wyoming, have that partnership between us at the state level and UW more so at the public level. The reasoning or context behind that is there is data that is specific to the state that has security concern or other concerns that shouldn't generally be in the public. That's where ETS can come in and host that information and then appropriately share it within the agencies. There is also GIS data that is created by the agencies that would serve the greater public to have access to that data. And that's where UW through YGISC and the GeoHub would come in hand, is where it would be publicly available. We can push that out to them, and then the community at large can have access to that information. And then that third phase of this is a reporting phase. As much as I would like to say I love reports and reporting to you all on reports, I think it's important to actually show we are doing what we say we want to do and what we are doing. And so there's a monitoring period after that implementation. So kind of a rough sketch of what we would like to do there. And then again, I'd open that up to any questions for the committee.
Mr. Chairman,
Go ahead.
when you say agency, I don't know that you're including cities, towns, counties in that. Like Sheridan County, they have a GIS layer for that they used for voter data, census block data that we used in reapportionment. The city has water, sewer, all that sort of thing. Are those included in when you talk about surveying what everybody's doing, what they're using it for?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Kinsky, it could. I'm always cautious of local control. So we, of course, we would want to work with the local entities and see how we could better work with each other and share information. Yes. One thing I forgot to mention in my earlier remarks were modifying the governance process for GIS in the state. Right now, there is an advisory board that is, as I'm sure you read in the LSO memo, it's been around, some members expired. We have continued to meet on a voluntary basis. We'd like to flip that script a little bit of having agency directors sort of run GIS governance. Director Vida will talk about our overall IT governance on some changes we want to make in the future. And we would incorporate GIS in that process. But truth be told, the subject matter expert should probably be the one asking the questions and looking at standards and policies and then driving that up to the, you know, greater IT governance across the state. And so I think that's the script we'd like to flip there. And in talking with the directors who participate on the advisory board, plus a couple other directors who are involved in GIS, but not on the advisory board, they have indicated to me they all agree that's probably smart too, is let the people who know the technology, you know, push the agenda forward with a little bit of guide rails from you know, that enterprise management council for the governance, but let the text make.
Tim, can you back up and maybe make it a little more simple? What's the problem? What's your statutory obligation or duties to as you see them? And what needs to be done, and who are the right people to do it? I mean, just kind of on a country homespun basis, so we understand.
Sure. Mr. Chairman, the problem is there's lack of coordination and integration between state agencies. I mean, if you look at the root problem, that's the most simplistic as we can get, is we don't know what everybody else is doing. There is the GIS professionals within the agencies, they do talk with each other. They do things ad hoc, but we do need to get some formal policies and guidelines in place.
Why?
Standardization, right? Standards. So
Just for convenience and
not
security, is it abuse or?
it's not so much abuse. It's, one entity may do things slightly different than another entity, and that's both at the state and local level, and ensuring that we're all right. We're all reading the same script, right? We all have the same frame of reference. So if we're creating a conversation I had with YDOT last week was centerline data on roads, right? The center point in the roads. YDOT maintains that, but there could be a different interpretation between a county that might need to be addressed through that formal, here is the standard. So it's getting everybody talking the same language. And if there is a change or frame of reference that may need to be used for another topic, it's ensuring that, again, the right people are in the room making the recommendations to go forward.
And I take it you don't have the right person in the room on your staff, right?
Currently, Mr. Chairman, no, and that is the reason why we would request potentially 2 additional FTEs. We have 1 FTE that's currently vacant that did serve in a GIS role. We definitely need a more senior person to serve as what you call like a geographic information officer. We're one of the only states that does not have that position. And to support that GIO, 2 developer positions, a senior and a junior developer to help create the applications, the maps, the data to support them in their role. So that's brass tacks is that's what we're asking for is let's form the office of GIS, stand up a GIO, get that person in there and start coordinating within the agencies to find those efficiencies.
Mr. Chairman. So I'm going to circle back because and it's related to Representative Nicholas's question. I asked about local and you slipped somehow from knowing what they're doing to control. I hear the first phase is let's just get an inventory of what everybody's doing and why they're doing it. I don't know that necessarily leads to having a GIS office at ETS until we actually have that baseline of data. So my question to you on the locals was not that you would take control, but you just know that they work what they're working on, what standards they're using, what they're using it for, because locals may be duplicating state work and vice versa. And so I want to make sure that in your definition of agency, you include those local governments.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Kenseth, you are absolutely correct. And in that conversation, the governance process that we would have would also include local representation. We have that today. Today we have something called the technical advisory group who is reporting to the GIS advisory board. And that's what the script we want to flip is that tag should be that higher representation than reporting to the broader enterprise. And so county, city, federal, and potentially an industry representative would be the consideration we'd have on that. So they can talk about those standards, what the other entities are doing and how that relates to each other. So I apologize if I kind of breezed over that.
So as I read the statutes, you've got, this is all in your court. It says to enhance geographic information system coordination among all governmental users of geographic information system. Boom. So there you have it. Get at it. Kind of a deal, you know, and I think kind of and so I guess my question, Mr. Chairman, is there anything you're seeing from that statute that you're saying, well, this really isn't this isn't something that we have a jurisdiction over?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Larson, I think in the past, previous leadership may have had different interpretation of what that statute may or may not mean. And
tell me what this one does.
This current leadership says squarely that is in our wheelhouse. We may have some suggestions or modifications in the future, and there is nothing proposed today, but in the future, just to strengthen how we handle standards and that sort of thing, or how we may work with the University of Wyoming. Something along those lines or some future recommendations we may have.
Okay, we look forward to it.
and a couple FTEs.
Okay, further questions for? Okay, you have anything else? Are we there? Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let me then jump into our prepared remarks. I believe you have a packet in front of you, and I'll hope to be brief. First off, let me thank you for your support with the Barry Dunn study. It was extremely helpful in informing a lot of the, not only expectations that you have for us, but how we can align our resources with those expectations and try to accomplish all of the things that the report recommended. And so just to baseline the conversation, I'm going to read a little bit from here, and then we'll speak to the graph that we prepared. So the objectives, I think, when you look at what Barry Dunn had recommended, was really all about strengthening governance. We want to make sure that the strategic alignment of how we're investing in IT in the state, first and foremost, meets our business needs, and that we're doing it in a way that not only meets all of the statutory obligations that you've identified for us, but also that are incorporated ubiquitously into our decision-making. So we need clear roles, responsibilities for what the CIO office, the Department of Enterprise Technology Service is responsible for, and what the individual departments are responsible for. We want to make sure that as part of the early part of these decision-making processes, we are included for that deliberation, that we have an opportunity to provide our peers in the cabinet with our experience and our advice before they get too far down the road on defining maybe relationships or technologies that they feel they need to procure to do the jobs, that they have the benefit of the analytic work that we're doing to identify investments that have already been made, potentially that they can fall in on, that'll have an impact on their program delivery strategies. That we have an opportunity to give you clear, transparent answers on what we believe the risks are with any individual IT programs that are being proposed to you. That we have a participatory way of doing that across the cabinet, that it's collaborative. A fair amount of feedback that I received from directors as they reached out from people who had worked with previous governance processes, shared what they liked, what they didn't like, where they had a certain amount of incredulity, where we might have some trust deficits that we have to work on, and how they would like to see the process improved over previous versions of it to make it more effective this time around. And in every case, they recommended this as a collaborative approach. They weren't looking for the CIO or the Department of Enterprise Technology simply to dictate our view exclusively of how they should get these jobs done, but that they wanted to own that decision with us and with their peers for the better results for the entire enterprise. Barry Dunn called out repeatedly governance structures that the legislature would be interested in, that primarily come up in the form of reporting, transparent access to data, and the type of data that you will need to make effective decisions about any kind of IT investments that are forwarded to you. And then, of course, make sure that cybersecurity, privacy, all of the other kind of things that ensure that the state's data and assets are being protected are included as a priority within that governance process. And so, again, for baselining, a resource could be any IT personnel. It could be any IT equipment, any technologies, any communications. It could include any kind of interconnected systems within the state. It could include any kind of specialized equipment for missions that might not represent enterprise needs, but might represent individual department needs. And really, any of the data that's being processed or managed within those systems as part of the information component of information technology. It doesn't include things like grant making or the third-party grants that the state might make to support different kind of capabilities that other entities might be looking for. It would be all inclusive. Everybody, every state agency, every department would be part of the scope of this governance, with the exception of anything the governor might wish to make an exception of, and anything that would be directly related to national security or national intelligence, we would find a different way to incorporate their requirements into governance. And so if I could call to your attention, sir, committee, the document, I believe you have it online, maybe a smaller version of this in paper in front of you. It is the analytic process we went through to take a look at the recommendations from Barry Dunn to see how would we actually pull it off? What things exist today? What things don't exist today? Where potentially would we have to come back and ask for support from this committee or the governor or other organizations to manage through it? So on the first page of the report, you see, and this is taken from the LSO's documentation, the legislative budget schedule. So in a notional biennium, a notional 2-year period, what are the major milestones that define how the current legislative budget schedule work? You can see that on the first page. If you go to the second page, you can kind of see what traditionally has been the OCIO component of that planning cycle. So you can see where we're called early on into the department deliberations associated with budgeting. In the middle, you see here, and we broke it out in the first year just notionally, and in the second year, we bundled it into one part of the timeline. But you can see the recommendations from the Barry Dunn study and how those set of processes would line up as part of the overall budget proposal process. On the third page, you can see, I'm sorry.
Thank you. So I want to make sure that I'm following this. So on the first page, because where we've had trouble historically is when we get to the budget hearings and we're talking to the agencies and we have these IT reports, and then we look over at you guys and we're wanting to know that you've been involved. And so when I look at the first page and I go back here to 7.1 agency begins budget request, I don't see up to that point, I don't see your involvement. So if we flip over to this next one,
yep,
and we see, starting in 22, 23, and then in 4. So next April, you're seeing some, where are you not involved in this is after we funded it, I think.
No.
This is before we funded it.
This is before you funded.
Okay,
Yeah.
walk me through that. So we're not going to see you involved in the supplemental budget request for anything?
Well, let me continue. Sir.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I have one timeline that puts it all together.
Okay,
It actually, candidly,
my apologies.
please, Mr. Chairman, please, sir, it's not, no apologies necessary. We actually, in the process of doing this analysis, tried to break it out so that you could see the individual components of what the LSO process is, what the OCIO process is, how the governor's process overlays on that. And then on the fourth slide, how the proposed recommendations from Barry Dunn when it comes to governance, those deliberations would fit in. So by the time you get to the fifth slide, what you see is a real chart, right? It's a very, very highly choreographed dance, if you will. And so the precision that it takes to actually incorporate all those different views and the coordination required to get the answers from us aligned with your expectations from the budget cycle are going to require us to think a little bit differently, I think, as a group about how we actually implement governance. And so, Mr. Chairman, Representative Larson, I think you can see on the fifth slide, this is kind of where it all comes together. And so if you think about it, everything that goes on, what's labeled as fiscal year 23, that's happening in calendar year 22, of course, moving forward. Everything that you see happening in fiscal year 24 would be what would go on for the next calendar year, right? Which would end up being in calendar year 25. So we would always be doing these things prior to your budget deliberations. So if you look at this fifth fifth page, I'm hoping I'm not losing anybody. But if you look at the fifth page where it comes together, starting on July 1st, when the budget year begins, that's at the time when previously all of the departmental coordination, the governance, the reviews by ETS, everything would have occurred so that when the governor gets his budget, he's able to make fully informed decisions about what he wants to bring forward to the legislature. So we go through a process with budget with the governor sometime between July and November, where we make the final decisions about what all the different departmental requests and enterprise requests might be. That then is delivered to the legislature. And at the same time, we're using governance to conduct deliberations on all those analytic elements that we were speaking to for the next cycle. So it's whatever we didn't address in the current year budget process, we're taking on as part of the deliberations and analysis that we need to do for the next cycle. So we're looking at how many projects have come to their sunset and need to be replaced. How many technology gaps were we able to incorporate within a current budget year? How many new things that we might hear folks are looking to start are we able to accommodate within a given budget request? What unforeseen issues popped up as a result maybe of a cybersecurity incident or a privacy incident? So those are the kind of deliberations that you see going on even as the legislature is contemplating the budget cycle. And it's a very, very flexible and dynamic environment at that point. Depending upon your deliberations and what you're choosing to move forward could have a direct impact in the short term on the kind of proposals that are on the table, or they could be posturing us for the next year, the longer term success of these projects.
Mr. Chairman. Mr. Vite, if I may, so the chart that I'm looking at, the online one, it has some colored stars on it.
Well, that's the next one.
Okay, so the Technology and Investment Council, is that something that does not yet exist, but that you want statutory authority to create?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Sipa, correct.
And is that also true for the Executive Management Committee?
Mr. Chairman, the Representative Sipa, correct.
Okay, thank you.
So the last page, so again, not to go through the eye chart, but you get a chance to see it's a very, very complicated choreography to make sure that we're getting you the information you need and that we're doing it in a collaborative way, that we're contemplating all the compliance requirements, the expectations that you have for finding the best total cost of ownership, the greatest efficiency, the greatest cost efficiency, and still meeting our obligations as a collaborative leadership team across the executive branch. To do that, the last page, Mr. Chairman, Representative Stiff, that you're seeing is where the various color-coded stars show where we expect some kind of a process would have to be modified or may have to be initiated, would have to exist in order to accomplish this. So according to the legend, what you can see here in the black, we already have sufficient authority. Everywhere where you see a black star, that's something that's already well-defined in statute. We may have to exercise it in a different way than we have, but I think sufficient guidance would exist where we don't need any more changes or clarifications. Where you see blue, that could be a newer revised statute, and we're going to speak to that in a second in the remaining comments. Where you see red is something that in order to complement that statutory revision, we might need to see some kind of different executive order, some other kind of management policy that would go out in place to address the necessary changes. And then in green, you can see we might need some new or revised authority to affect expectations at those points. So in fairness, Mr. Chairman, it took us a while to put these charts together and get our heads around them. It's an awful lot to consume and we appreciate that. So meant in no way to test people's patience or perseverance at this point of the day, but
So
wanted
I
to show.
presume then that the next time we meet, you present your follow-up on this, you'll bring in specifics on these bullet points of what we should be.
Yeah, yes, sir. Yes. And so if you look at governance in a nutshell, then what we're hoping to do, given everything that Barry Dunn has recommended and all the feedback that we've gotten to date from within the executive branch. We'd like to revise or put in place two different committees. One that would be the directors of the departments. It would serve as the executive management committee. It would be the one where the final deliberations and collaboration would take place that would align business requirements with enterprise investments. And so the second part of that would be a technology investment council. It would be subordinate to the executive council. And it would be where the subject matter experts from across the executive branch come together and make recommendations. And when I say subject matter experts, I don't mean exclusively IT people. I mean folks that are going to contribute to acquisition alignment, business priorities, intangibles or tangibles that the departments or the directors might feel are necessary in order to provide the best value for both the enterprise and for the departments. So it would be a group. I use this cautiously because part of the feedback I got was in the past, we've had governance structures like the Information Technology Policy Committee, the Information Technology Coordinating Committee. And we're not just reinventing those because I think they took a different view of what a total value, total cost of ownership meant. I think some of the feedback I got was they could be easily distracted. There were opportunities for echo chambers to form. There wasn't as strong a commitment to aligning with business objectives maybe as there had been with more so traditional IT measures of project success. And the risk, I think, sometimes that may have occurred in that is you could potentially get an IT group that thinks the project's going great because everything is on time and on schedule and on budget and meeting those goals. And on the other side, because the right business subject matter experts weren't in the room, something could have been delivered that absolutely had no value to the business alignment. And so we don't want to create a situation where you've got that dichotomy in place. We want to make sure that the business requirements prevail first and foremost, and that we're finding a way to align those business requirements. So,
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
Mr. Vite, I just wanted to, as a comment, to say that if what you're creating is this very complicated flow chart, then you've come to the right committee for that. So, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, Representative, thank you, sir. Let me kind of sum it up maybe a little bit easier. We want to make sure that we can use common acquisition strategies to the maximum extent possible. We want to kind of stop this practice of everybody rolling their own. We want to use governance to do that. We don't want to do it in a dictatorial fashion. We want to do it collaboratively. If we can incorporate all of the different decisions that schedule represents, hopefully we're going to get the best return on investment. And right now that can't just be calculated on how much the hardware or software cost and whether or not it met its proposed project timelines. It has to incorporate business need. It has to incorporate compliance. It has to incorporate security and privacy and a slew of other things that traditionally hadn't been incorporated by past governance. We want to do it in particular for you in the most transparent way possible. You have major investments and minor investments. We want to be able to provide you with the data you need to make the best decisions. And we want to make sure that to the extent possible, we can align these things with all of the other expectations that are being placed on us. And so that's really kind of what the chart sums up. In practice, what I expect would be is within between ETS and with the departments, we'll have quarterly reviews. And they would be essentially health and status reviews between myself or Tim and the director of each individual department on what their IT investment risk looks like. So are they on target? Are they not on target? Are there things that are varying substantially that they need to know about? Are there steps we need to do to intervene? And have that chat with them on a quarterly basis. When it comes to things that are of enterprise interest, I think you saw in the chart, I think we're planning 3 times a year to kick that off, where if we have initiatives that are common across the entire enterprise, we'd like to put that up for deliberation by the cabinet, right? Or some other structure that we'll be working on with the governor as this idea matures a little bit. But we'd like to make sure that we keep business focused with the departments. We use the governance to keep business focus on the enterprise. And then to the extent that we're going to be the ones who hold all of that data on those investments, that we use our business management office, all of those analytics skills that I was speaking to make our determinations about the health of those investments, the risk we might be taking on, and whatever issues or mitigations we think might be required to keep them on track to deliver what the business expectations are. All this long way short of saying that Barry Dunn made a lot of recommendations. We've taken a very deep look at what actual implementation might mean, what kind of resources would be required to support that on a sustaining basis, and what we would need to have in place to make sure that we can always meet your expectations, answer your questions on any particular investment that might come before you from anywhere within the executive branch. So may I stop and ask for any questions? We're just about done.
Well, go ahead.
Promise you. Thank you, sir. The only other things I'd like to mention, cybersecurity probably needs some attention. In my personal view, believe that part of the continuity challenge that Tim was describing earlier has had an impact on our readiness. If you look at our peers, at least 36 states already have enacted cybersecurity legislation to make sure that it remains a focus for the chief information officer of their state, sets expectations for how that fits into investment management decision-making, daily operational response requirements. We'll come back and at the end of this briefing, make a suggestion, but it's something we believe Wyoming should consider making more statutorily required than what the current status is. We want to improve IT budget transparency. We've covered that an awful lot. Barry Dunn covered that an awful lot. We absolutely support the state budget department's recommendations to bring somebody in, equally as you've heard from Tim today with the computer technician study and the responses to try to do some kind of a fit gap analysis to help us understand the full scope of IT investments that are being made, both on the major investments and the minor investments. And that's something, again, I think would improve the transparency you've been looking for. Please.
Mr. Chairman, just to add to that, right now we focus on IT budget exception when we go through the budgeting process. What this fit cap analysis will do is allow us to take a deeper dive into what's in standard budgets. That's something that's not currently reviewed, and in conversation with Director Hibbard, we feel that's probably a smart move.
Thank you.
Okay, go ahead.
We'd like to enhance the role of the CIO office, the Department of Enterprise Technology, in acquisition planning for all the procurements and contracts. Acquisition strategy is a key component of delivering on business results. And right now, there are few acquisition strategies we're finding that align upfront, are part of the initial discussion with the major project investments. And the acquisition skills necessary to meet some of the IT acquisition challenges probably need some further development within the state. And so we're looking at some changes we'll be making recommendations for about how IT acquisition, how IT contracting or procurement might need some reforms. We'd like to come back and make some recommendations to you.
So help me understand how that's being done now. Is that being done within the agencies, or who is in charge? It sounds to me you're making a request, so it tells me that it's not completely within your agency. Where's this being done at then?
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Representative Larson. From my understanding, there are 4 different contracting authorities in the state. We're not one of them. And so IT acquisition is being managed through administration and information. It's being managed through construction. It's being managed through YDOT. And one more, forgive me, it escapes me. None of them have a specialized focus on IT acquisition. And I think you've seen some of that with the RIS-TIS discussion, some of the concerns that you had when we stepped in. Every one of those contracting authorities manages to a different set of IT acquisition regulations. They have various different levels of skills when it comes to IT specific acquisition and procurement experience. And because the acquisition strategies is one of those fundamental elements of aligning business requirements with the objectives that you're trying to see, it creates a fair amount of interdepartmental coordination to deliver just about any IT acquisition that comes in the shop. And it's a subject of some discussion right now. And so it's an element that we would like to come back and have further discussion with you. We'll be providing an evaluation of the contracts to the governor's office, the contracting practices to you as well, to get a sense of how we compare with other organizations and what other kind of reforms we might recommend or consider. The last one before I kind of sum up, we'd like to be able to pursue federal grant funding. We currently don't have that authority. And what we're seeing more and more, particularly in things like cybersecurity, data management, data security, are a lot of those grants come out specifically geared towards the state CIO being the one that they intend to catch it. And we don't have that authority right now. And not to say we want to necessarily go out and pursue a lot of different grants, but we don't want to let opportunities pass us by in the event that they're really geared for us.
So when you, Mr. Chairman, so when you see a federal grant opportunity right now, do you go through A&I? How do you funnel that? Or is it governor's office? Who do you do that through?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Larson, honestly, it's kind of a hit or miss. In most cases, it's a miss. Just because we didn't have that statutory authority, they just haven't been sought. In some instances, we have worked with a couple other agencies to try to work through that, but again, mostly misses.
And so to sum up our long presentation, we have a lot of focus now on what Barry Dunn has asked us to do. We have identified a number of areas that we think need to be improved associated with IT investment management and governance, broad authorities, and general revisions, as well as specific statutory revisions we might like to seek. And so, Mr. Chairman, I ask for your permission to work with the Legislative Services Office to draft some language that we could bring back to the committee that would speak to new authorities and general revisions within the current authorizing statutes for the Enterprise Technology Services and the Chief Information Officer to meet the needs of our customers as they've evolved, and we expect they'll continue to evolve. And with that, sir, that's all we had prepared today.
Okay, questions from the director? So the process for working with LSO, I think generally we need to know the specifics of it and know what you're asking for, and then they'll come to us, explain what you need, and then ask us, okay, is this what you want us to do and how you want us to do it? So, but feel free to contact them and work with them in order to develop those proposals.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. Any further questions? Anything else? Any public comment? Any public comment? Any non-public comment? Okay. Garrett, go ahead.
Mr. Lovin, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Can you all hear me, please?
Yeah, we hear you. Go ahead.
All right. So Chairman Perkins, Chairman Nicholas, and members of the committee, thank you for allowing me to testify today. Again, my name is Jeff Lovin. I'm a Senior Vice President of Wolpert. Wolpert is a 111-year-old geospatial, architectural, and engineering firm that does have an office in Wyoming. And again, we have had more than 20 years of history in Wyoming working for both YDOT for over nearly 20 years now, doing mapping and surveying for YDOT. More currently, we're doing flood relief mapping for Yellowstone. And we've done various airports throughout the state, doing planning, engineering, and GIS work for airports throughout the state of Wyoming. We also manage the GIS program for the Air Force called GeoBase. We currently have a full-time employee located at Warren Air Force Base there in Cheyenne. So we are heavily vested in Wyoming. And again, I thank you for the opportunity to speak to you very briefly today. You know, the topic before you today is very timely. The GIS data and information in its various forms is used across many agencies, county governments, municipalities throughout the state of Wyoming. Again, I'm speaking from 37 years of experience in this industry. I ran the geospatial division for Wolpert for nearly 25 years. And so we've worked in 50 states. We've worked all around the country. So again, I've never met Mr. Vida in person. So this is not a planned prop, but I applaud the state on bringing him to Wyoming. Wolpert has offices in Alaska, and I'm familiar with his former work and so forth. So I applaud Wyoming for bringing him to the state because we've done a lot of mapping, GIS, airport work, and thus in Alaska, and familiar with his body of work. You know, sitting through this session so far, the topic before you today is very timely. The GIS data and information in its various forms is very important because it goes across agencies, state agencies, county governments, and municipalities, and is even used broadly across the private sector. So again, I applaud Mr. Sheehan, Mr. Vida, and their comments. They're right on track, I feel. Again, Wolpert works in 50 states. We've worked in all the states over the last many years. And their ideas as far as promoting this, you know, the idea, the mantra would be map it once, use it many times. So the more this data is available to multiple agencies, to all the counties in Wyoming, again, it builds on efficiency, right? It builds the idea that, you know, you do not have to spend this money over and over, right? This data is available to everyone that may be able to use it, whether it be addressing data, general mapping data, LiDAR data, you name it, broadband data, so forth. The fact that it's made available to as many constituents as possible, right, benefits the state. So the discussion before you is common among many states. Again, Wolpert has worked in all 50 states over the last many years doing geospatial work, doing mapping, GIS, and so forth. So, you know, a lot of the discussion today is very common, and I applaud folks that spoke before me on their ideas, their plans for how to disseminate this data, how to share it among the many constituents within the state. Listening to Mr. Vida's proposal, there needs to be a greater emphasis, in my opinion, in the state on GIS and develop a path forward to utilize this GIS technology. Mr. Sheehan spoke to many key points related to that, and I can echo, again, as a private sector observer that works in many other states, can speak to a lot of experience, different programs, different issues. What they're saying resonates, and they're on the right track. So as you discuss this path forward for Wyoming, I would also say, again, selfishly, not to ignore the path that the private sector can play in this as we move forward. And one important note I want to make, and why I really wanted to be a part of this today, is mentioned in the LSO memo in page 7. Wyoming recently had the collection of statewide LiDAR data by USGS, U.S. Geological Survey. U.S. Geological Survey is conducting a program called the 3D Elevation Program. So they are mapping the entire nation with high resolution 3D LiDAR data. noticing Wyoming was one of the states that was still yet to be mapped, I engaged with USGS and many federal partners about 4 years ago to help USGS find a way, a path forward to map and provide this LiDAR data for Wyoming. Thankfully, that has been done. Thankfully, also, selfishly, my firm was able to be the firm that was selected as one of 10 contractors that work for U.S. Geological Survey to collect this data. So now Wyoming is soon to be one of the states, and again, 90% of the U.S. nation has been mapped with this data, but Wyoming is one of the states that is able to now have the most accurate 3D mapping data available to the nation, and that data would be delivered soon. And thankfully for the state of Wyoming, the legislature, that was 100% paid for by federal partners. And that is very unique, as again, being involved with this and working in all 50 states, over 30 states doing this particular project and program. Wyoming is the only one of 2 states I know. Mr. Sheehan mentioned Indiana as a model earlier. We've been very active in Indiana for many years. Wyoming and Indiana are the only 2 states I know of where the federal government has paid for 100% of the 3D mapping data for the states, both Indiana and Wyoming. So Wyoming is a benefactor of $24 million of 3D mapping data. Most, again, mapping the nation at an unprecedented level of accuracy. So that data is soon to be available to the state, the counties, anyone, private sector, any constituent of the state, and it will be available free from the federal government. But again, data is just that, it's just data. The key to taking this LiDAR data is then converting it into various different applications, whether it be usable for mapping floodplains, precision farming, watershed management, forestry, rare earth minerals, mining, mapping key migratory routes for the sage grouse, what have you. This data is usable for all of that, and I congratulate Wyoming as being the only other state beyond Indiana I know to get that data 100% paid for by the federal government. But with that, again, data is just data unless it's utilized and converted into and used for some of these applications I just mentioned. So I encourage the ETS and the legislator to consider as you move forward. Don't miss the opportunity that you have $24 million of brand new 3D high resolution data that can be used from everyone from YDOT to game and fish to every county in the state can be used for very, very, very 10 or 15 key business transactions, operations that those folks are interested in. So again, I'm very I congratulate the state on where you're at this point. You have a very unique opportunity to leverage this federal data, this federal investment in the state, to make this information available to all, which again has been addressed. And again, making this data easily accessible by multiple agencies, local governments, and even the private sector. When you look at this data, it can be used by anyone from gas companies to local engineering firms to survey firms, what have you, right? So again, I thank you for the opportunity to listen in today and to actually make a comment, and I'll be glad to ask any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Any questions? Thank you for your testimony. We appreciate the information, and we'll hope we'll be doing business with you someday. Okay, it's 5:45. We've got a little bit more on the agenda, so let's keep rolling.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. This is Kevin Hibbert, Director of State Budget Department. You prepared for our presentation?
I'm sorry, go ahead, Kevin.
So briefly this afternoon, we'll kick off an update on the dashboards for ARPA, and also Christine Eminger with our State Budget Department will talk about the portal. So I'll be very quick in my conversation. You should see a screen. Please let me know if you're looking at the presentation.
We see it?
Thank you. The first slide on the screen, if you recall, this is the general information, the basis information, and a lot of resources that are navigable on the right-hand side, including Senate File 66. You can go in there and you can see that, and you can see a lot of different information. This is for just to help everybody get a better understanding. And so this conversation today, I'm just reviewing again what the dashboards does. It doesn't necessarily mean that I'm going to be providing a lot of statistics. It's just navigation of the dashboard. So the next slide, if you navigate over here on the left, I can make this a little bit bigger. You'll see the status of funds, and you'll see the State Fiscal Recovery Fund. That's the ARPA funds that we received. You'll see of the total amount available, we've allocated 996 million, and we got $72 million remaining of ARPA Direct. That's available for the upcoming session. I think you'll be hearing a little bit more of that in the follow-up conversations with Director McFay. So the next slide is the budget to actual. And this is really the slide that meets the statutory requirement. Remember, you put in the budget bill a requirement that we report on a monthly basis the expenditures for ARPA. So you can see this on the left-hand side. This is what we talked about before, was the ocular intelligent methodology of approach. 21 would be the B11s. You can go further down, Senate File 66 footnote 06, for example. You can tie that to the appropriation. But if you use your down arrows now, since the last conversation, you can just see the brief description, each one of those budget centers. And then again, you can see the total amount of expenditure and the monthly expenditures. So both slides, regardless, it's just a different way of looking at the detail. We've spent $230,814,728. So since last month, we put in this brief description of the project, so it'd be more readily understandable. Expenditures by vendor, again, what you can do is you can come in here and you can click in this body below the lines, or you can just navigate to see the expenditures by vendor. What you can do is search.
Click in the box first, then search.
So Kevin,
So
while
this-
you're doing that, the co-chair said that he tried to get on and see if he could walk through this the other day, and he had problems navigating it.
Okay, so in that case, Mr. Chairman, just give us a call. We'd be happy to just get online real quick and walk through it. But then, just like I showed you there on the University of Wyoming, you can do a search and you can see how much by vendor. And that was one of the things the Joint Appropriations Committee wanted out of CARES, if you recall, to be able to research that on vendor. But also, if you go back to the resource page, you can go to Y Open and you can do the same thing.
Okay.
And then you can see the University of Wyoming and or the payments that are being made. So basically, that gets you to the expenditures by vendor. And the next one, and I'm moving pretty quickly, and I'm glad that you brought that up, Mr. Chairman, because we'd be happy to work with any of the Joint Appropriations Committee members to get online directly with them and walk them through this navigation of the dashboards. But also, we're getting close to the point in time where we're going to go with the public version. It'll be less information. We won't have the Clifton Larson Allen workflow documentation, but we're getting prepared to go on a public version where the public can see it. Again, on the navigation side, if you go to the cash flow, if you recall, Senator Hicks, you were particularly interested in making sure that we could convey the information to the state treasurer's office for investments. And you can see here the year, you can drill down, you can see the quarter, and you can see the month. This is what we believe the availability of the cash is going to be as we progress through the ARPA. Remember that the feds provided us the money up front in 2 allotments of $534 million. And we have that, and we're capable of investing those funds. So basically, that's just a real brief example of just navigating through the dashboards. Anybody in my office can help, or if you just want to get directly with me, just give me an email. I'll be happy to set up a meeting and go through this navigation with you individually if that would help.
That would be great. I'm sure someone will be doing that.
So, Mr. Chairman, the next conversation, Christine Eminger from our State Budget Department is going to show you the portal.
Okay.
Can everyone hear me?
We can now.
Okay, thank you so much. I did not realize I was on mute, but good evening, Mr. Chairman and members of the Joint Appropriation Committee. My name is Christine Eminger, and I am a senior budget analyst with the State Budget Department of Wyoming. Today, I'm going to be presenting to you the ARPA portal application system. Before I do so, there are a few things that I would like to touch on. One of them being that this program is administratively burdensome. I've spoken to several states who they all have the same problem as us. They just don't have enough people to be able to run this program and get everything that they need. A good thing about the ARPA portal application system is that it helps us with that administrative burden. We are able to manage and maintain compliance with the U.S. Treasury through this ARPA portal. Today, I'm going to be going over the homepage, the My Application section of the portal, and then I'm going to show how to submit an application. So with your approval, I will proceed.
Go ahead.
If you can see the State of Wyoming ARPA portal now, you can see that there is the Wind River picture at the top, and along the top of the web page, there is a navigation pane. As you scroll down, there will be an eligible use of funds section, and then at the bottom of the web page, there will be a placeholder for the public-facing dashboard, as Director Hibbard previously mentioned. This will not have the CLA ARPA eligibility review, but it will have information about how much is spent in the ARPA program. At the very bottom of the page, you can see that there are some links. These links will go directly to the U.S. Treasury, and they will show you or provide you some frequently asked questions or the U.S. Treasury final rule, which is our compliance document that we refer to when we go across and try to review eligibility for any project. Scrolling back up to the middle of the portal for the eligible uses of funds. These 6 categories represent the 86 different subcategories that we can report to the U.S. Treasury on. You can see that they are depicted with small pictures. If you clicked Learn More, it will take you to a narration page where you are able to review the eligible uses of those funds in that category. To quickly change to a different narration for your eligible use category, you can navigate to the top of the page where the templates dropdown is. You can click and then you can select another application to view its eligible uses. The next area of the portal that I would like to show you is the My Applications section. The My Applications section will show you every application that has been submitted to an entity or has been submitted by the entity. There are a few different features where you are able to filter through the number of applications. If you scroll down, you can see that there are 17 pages of applications. And I assure you, by the time we are done with the ARPA program, there will be several more.
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
So go back, where did you find my application at?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Larson, the My Application tab is at the top of the home page.
So my homepage, when I go to my homepage, I don't have that bar up there. The only thing mine has is home templates and sign in.
Oh, you would need to sign in, Mr. Chairman, Representative Larson.
Maybe. Now they want to text me. Right?
Correct. That's the dual authentication for your security.
Okay. Okay.
And it is important for us for the security because we want to make sure that we validate local governments or anybody else in state government as a qualified candidate to submit applications.
Okay. Go ahead. I'll catch up with you now that I know what I'm supposed to do.
All right, to continue on, to filter through these 17 pages of applications, you can filter by entity or you can filter by application status. As an application moves through the workflow cycle, its application status will change. When a creator creates an application and submits it to a certifier, the application will stay as draft until the certifier has certified it. You can see this here. After the certifier has certified the application, it will move to approval level 1, which is the state budget department in conjunction with CLA's review. That you can see that if you select the application status pending level 1 review. After it is reviewed by the state budget department and CLA, it then moves on to the Attorney General's office, which is approval level 2 or pending approval level 2. You can see those applications listed here. And finally, once they are reviewed by the Attorney General, they will then move on to the Governor's office for final review and approval. You can select that pending approval level 3 and click apply and see that there are no applications at this time. To submit an application, you can simply start an application in the My Application section of the portal, or you can navigate to your templates dropdown and select an application from there. After reviewing eligible uses of funds, scroll down and click Start an Application. This is where you will enter all of your project information for your ARPA funding. You will include the project name, the project description, and you will also answer some questions. Some feedback that we have received after the HHS and water and sewer application period was that some entities had a hard time knowing what program they were applying for. So we have modified the portal to include an area where you can select which state program you are applying for. We have added some for examples during today's JAC hearing. If you would like to select a program, you can click next to the program name and then click Select. After reviewing these questions, which has to do with your subrecipient relationship with this to the state of Wyoming, anything that has to do with the Buy America or the Davis-Bacon Act, please answer those questions. And then the next area of the application will be where you select your subcategory. You would simply select a subcategory that is pertinent to your funding for your project, and then you would enter your application amount. If your project included a capital expenditure, you would designate that option here. You would then have to, if you did have a type of capital expenditure, you would need to enter the type of capital expenditure that you have. There is a list of types of capital expenditures at the top of the application. You can click the link and it will open another web browser, which will show you a list of capital expenditures to choose from. Once you have finished filling out that information, the last area of the application is where you would enter any evidence-based information. If your project has any evidence-based funding appropriated to it, you can enter that amount here, or if there is none, you can enter 0. The last two questions of the portal application are the most important to us here at the State Budget Department. The first one asks for a brief description of the structure and objective of your program. This is where you would identify the harm that you have that has impacted you because of the COVID-19 pandemic. The next question, which is again very pertinent, is how your response is proportional to that impact that was caused to you. After you've entered that information, you would then certify and say yes, that you have entered everything to the best of your knowledge. And then you would click next, upload attachments. This area is where you're able to enter any document or any supporting documentation that is related to your program. Any contracts, any type of studies that were done, any type of statistical information that would be helpful in reviewing your project for eligibility. I'm going to quickly select a document. Once I've selected the document, I will click Submit to Certifier. This will send this to the certifier for them to review. After I've submitted, I will get a green Submission Completed Successfully banner. This is how I know I have submitted my application to the certifier to review. If I go to the My Applications section of the portal and filter to my entity, which is the State Budget Department, I can see that my application is listed. Oh, not that one, but this one right here, 9/12/2022. My application status is still in draft, which means that I can still edit my application. I can do this by clicking the small caret arrow, and it will give me two options, View Details or Edit. I can click Edit, and it will take me back into the application where I can then modify any information that I need to. Maybe I said that I was not going to be a subrecipient when in fact I was. So I would select yes for that. And then I would review the rest of my information and then click next to review my attachments. If I forgot to add an attachment, I can do so here. After I'm finished, I would just click next. And it would then tell me again that my submission was completed successfully to the certifier. To view the application, there was a selection for that. It is still at the same place. You click the small caret next to your application that you would like to view, and you can click View Details. When you click View Details, this will give you the status of your project or your application at that time. That can be seen right here underneath of the submitted date. One last area of the portal that I would,
Second, please.
Mr. Chairman, so in addition to the status, will they be able to see what the ranking is? Some of these applications, staff gives them a ranking of high, medium, low, or else actually a numeric score. Will that be on that portal?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Kinsky, that will not be on the portal. One last
So how
area
does
of the,
someone learn- How does someone learn that to know if they want to modify their application by sort of increasing their rating?
Mr. Chairman, we haven't considered that, but we can. So what we'll do is we'll get with Clifton Larson and Allen and the agencies that would have a ranking and see if we can't develop something of that nature. The portal is a work in progress. Like we said, we listen to our audience and we want to make it as effective as possible.
Okay, proceed.
thank you, Mr. Chairman. The last area of the portal that I would like to point out is the support page. This is where our contact information will be listed for you to get a hold of us. We are readily available to help anyone with this portal. I will pick up my phone, anyone will pick up their phone to be able to assist a user in walking through and navigating the portal and submitting an application. This area of the portal, it is modifiable. So if there are departments or agencies that would like to stand up their program utilizing the portal, we can put their contact information here as well. That concludes my walkthrough of the ARPA portal application system, and I stand for any further questions.
Thank you. Any questions? Seeing none, we appreciate it.
Mr. Chairman,
Fancy.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, go ahead, Kevin.
I would just like to add a little bit more value of why the portal exists. When I first read the reporting requirements from the treasurer for the State Fiscal Recovery Fund, my heart sank because it is Herculean. There's a lot of information that we have to have for not only the monthly report, but the annual reports that are, it's the most massive set of reporting requirements that I've ever seen. Now, this is for the SLRFA or the State Fiscal Recovery Fund. It's not for the formula funds that the departments are used to processing. So we have a brand new set of reporting requirements, but the best way to get there is with this portal so that we can get the information on the front end and have it readily available for the reports and ultimately to be able to be successful with audits. So I just wanted to add that little bit of information. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thanks, Kev. Appreciate it. Okay. Anything else? With that, we will move on to section 604, capital construction application. Rennie.
Mr. Chairman, I believe it's 10 minutes to kick off for the Broncos. And I think we can definitely get you to the second half. My presentation's that short. So. Mr. Chairman, my name is Rennie McKay. I'm Governor Mark Gordon's policy director. Really glad to be here. I'm joined by Eric Legursky and Rob Krieger, who are senior policy advisors to Governor Gordon as well. Several agencies are here who've been working on the ARPA and IIJA efforts. So really appreciate them, from OSLI, ETS, budget, and also Director Schmidt is here. She's been on the strike team for the ARPA project for the last year. So thanks to all of them. Jump in here and just a quick overview for you again is as those folks who interact with the portal will see, there's a lot of requirements within section 602. That's the state and local fiscal recovery funds. And so that's what that portal is really geared towards as you look at that. And the largest chunk of that for the state has been the revenue replacement. And as Director Hibbard talked about, we're tracking where that revenue replacement spending is going and the rate it's being spent at and reporting that to the federal government. So again, just that background on 602. section 604 is much different. It was different legal language within the act. It was not an allocation to the state that we received. We have essentially a set aside of $109 million, but we must apply for those under the rules of section 604. That deadline for submissions is September 24th, but all of our submissions are in, and we're now waiting on the U.S. Treasury for that. But as you can see on this slide, there are quite a few requirements as well for section 604. And Rob Krieger has really been dealing with this with support from the budget department, and we really thank them for all the work they have done to help us with section 604 and our applications. And so with that, I'll turn it over to Mr. Krieger, who can talk to you a little bit about Wyoming's approach to section 604.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I'll actually just skip in the essence of time to the next slide down. It really splits out the allocation we're going to do for the 109, 70.5 million for broadband, and then the 8 million for digital connectivity. The multi-purpose one in particular, we've been back and forth with Treasury on the CWC one. They do, since we're in well before that September 24th deadline, we're essentially have initial approval. So we'll have the money, and say they come back and say one of these does not meet what they want, we can move that amount of money to either broadband or something that has been accepted. So that's where we are right now. We did we're going to use the 5 million we can use for administrative costs. You know, we have one person at the business council who does broadband, and originally that was for about 10 million bucks, and she's now looking at close to over $500 million that she's gonna have to manage. So we're gonna use administrative funds to hopefully contract some help so we can get that done.
Mr. Chairman, please. So anyway, two things. One, Rob, I ran into your parents here last month, and they're very proud of you. But anyway, the other, just out of curiosity on the thing versus the asterisk, and what's the asterisk on the 5 million? What's that about?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Perkins, that was just to highlight, I don't think in previous presentations we had pointed that out. So you'll see we took that 5 million from the broadband portion. It was originally 75 million. And then we came to find out we could use that much for admin. Okay. I don't know if we'll use it all, but it's a set aside.
Mr. Chairman.
Please.
So these have been submitted to the feds. I'm concerned about the CWC campus in Teton County at 12.4. By the time the feds get back to us, it may be substantially more than that. Do we have a way of, how do we have a way of adjusting or accommodating these project submittals for rising construction costs?
Mike has to write a break.
It's important to take care of our Teton colleagues.
Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. The 12.4 was the number in the Senate File 66 for what we should apply for that. And CWC would love the state to cover more, but they have said it when we were at the point of applying and trying to budget this project that they would cover the rest of it. I think Senator Grew said he's got any inflationary amount.
Thank you.
Go ahead. Mr. Chairman, that's all I have for 604.
Mr. Chairman, if it's all right with you, then I'll continue to just give you the overview of the 602 section.
Okay. Yep.
Great. So again, this is really looking at Senate File 66 and the programs that were authorized in that piece of legislation, because generally the rest of the $1 billion and change that the state received from Section 602 was going to revenue replacement. What is unallocated at this point is 72 million. There are certainly some programs, and if you'll recall, we made those updates on these 30 programs available on the website. There's a spreadsheet you can go to at drivethrive.wyo.gov/ARPA. And so you can see those programs. There are definitely situations where we'll have some allocations that are not ARPA eligible under the federal law. And so, or we may end up in situations too where the situation has changed and just like to revert those funds back. And so the 72 million may change, but the governor's asked that strike team to continue its work to bring forward application or proposals to him first, and then he'll make a proposal to you all with what's unallocated or unused at this point.
So we'll do it all over again, but with a little bit less.
Exactly. With a lot less. And just to give you the overview, here's the largest programs in Senate File 66. And I can answer any questions on any of these programs, or Ms. Legursky or Mr. Krieger can, or state agencies that are here can also help. So generally, everything's going well. We've kind of strategically set up the application periods and the rulemaking so that we can be as efficient as possible with folks involved in those and get some data for all of you and for the governor to consider what should be done with anything unallocated and unused. There certainly has been a lot of demand when you look at the Health and Human Services capital construction. There were, I believe, at least twice as many applications than there are dollars. However, there still needs to be a review for ARPA eligibility. So some of those may not even qualify. And same thing with water and sewer. So those two application periods have closed, and the vote will happen in October at SLIB after the ranking that Senator Kinski talked about and the ARPA review happen. So that's generally the update on the largest of these programs. If you all have that spreadsheet and want to dive into any of the other programs, I'm here to answer questions or tell you I will get back to you as soon as I can.
Rennie, Mr. Chairman, please. So as you go through and you look at the applications, there's a lot of these you don't know who the application's from. When you look on there, is that intentional? There's some that'll tell you the location where it's at, but like you span through these and you have no idea where these projects are at. And is that by design?
Mr. Chairman, I believe you're talking about, you're now in the portal, you got signed in and are going. I do not know, that naming convention is not something that we were trying to look at. The very few people, you have to be able to have an account and be an eligible person to be able to look at the applications at the level you are. So most people, I think if you click on the detail button that Ms. Eminger talked about, you can get perhaps to more detail.
I do that. There's some that provide where it's at, but then there's some that it's not. So look at that. Kevin, if you're out there, whoever. Okay.
Great. It's CLA has been very responsive. So I think on these kind of requests, I'm sure we can get that worked on to try to do that for folks like you all who are trying to look at it geographically.
Mr. Chairman,
please.
On the portal, will it tell me which of these different program buckets, I call them buckets, that the applicant is applying for? Does it? Okay, thank you.
I see heads shaking yes, and I see heads shaking no. I mean, 602 or 604?
Mr. Chairman, I believe what it would look like on the portal is that there would be a public health response I believe that counts for a couple of these, but there's definitely the water and sewer is on there, and the health and human services, I believe, would be covered under the public health response. Is the application category. So if you're looking for that CapCon, it's in the portal as public health response.
So, Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
So this is what I know them, the names by which I know them. Are they called something else on the portal evidently?
Mr. Chairman, the Health and Human Services capital construction one is called public health response. I believe water and sewer is in there separately. And there are not that many other programs that are application programs. So
local government support.
Mr. Chairman, that one is not open yet. That one will be in there. And it'll be interesting because an applicant has to choose which eligible category to apply under. So they may be applying for a water and sewer grant under that program, or they may be applying for a CapCon program, or they could apply for broadband. They could apply for any number of other eligible categories. So that may expand as we move into that program, which the applications will start in later in October.
So running, the applications have been prepared, but have not been submitted yet. SLIB votes on those applications. They've already been submitted, but explain that order.
Mr. Chairman, the application period closed. So on the Health and Human Services Capital Construction Program and Water and Sewer, the program, the application period started, ran 60 days. 6 weeks. Don't ask me to do that math. And it is closed. And now two things have to happen: a review for ARPA eligibility and then the ranking under Senate File 66 and under the rules.
So then you're probably going to get to it. What's this timing of when SLIB acts and when the funds, we get federal approval or some other, or what's the next step?
Mr. Chairman, so the next step will be ARPA eligibility review. So that will weed out a number of them, or some of them. We don't know how many will come out at that point. And again, that
CLA is doing that.
CLA with the budget department is doing that, and the attorney general in our office has the final look at it. But then they so the eligibility is established. If it's eligible, then the ranking will happen, and then the ranking will be presented to SLIB for their vote in October.
Mr. Chairman.
How long after that are funds dispersed?
Mr. Chairman, I would defer to my friends at the Office of State Lands and Investment. There's even a chair. Come on home.
Mr. Chairman, generally after a grant is approved by SLIB, it takes about 2 weeks for us to produce a grant agreement. Once the grant agreement is fully signed by all the parties, the funds are available for them to begin to draw down. Our programs are all reimbursement based, so they must incur the cost before they request the funds from us. When they request the funds, they must provide appropriate documentation such as invoices to support the funds that they are requesting from us. And at that time, we disperse the funds to them.
So for example, the community college in Jackson, they'll have to pay for it and submit invoices to you?
The college is not coming to us, but say for a water and sewer project, they would do some of their work. And then generally they have 45 days to pay those invoices. They submit those invoices to us. We reimburse. Every community does it a little different. They may pay the costs out of their coffers and then replenish them with the funds that they receive from us. We've had entities wait until the end of their project to request all their funding. So it's dependent on the entity.
Okay. What about White Up? 35 million, is that something that goes directly to them or is that reimbursement?
Mr. Chairman, the funds for YDOT, there was a $4.5 million for a local application program for radios, and they have run that application period and are reviewing those. And the rest of it is being dispersed to set up the WildLink towers and make sure all that equipment is to meet that expansion with that program that they could fund with that amount.
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
Rennie, so on the $50 million to SLIB for local government support projects, what's the timeline for the applications on that, if you know?
Mr. Chairman, the rulemaking is done. And so because water and sewer is an eligible expense there, we will find out how many of those grants are eligible and how much goes out. So then a local entity could apply. So the application period will start after the SLIB vote on the water and sewer project program. So the application period will start 6 weeks again, 42 days. I figured that one out, did a little back of the napkin math. And then that'll run 6 weeks. Then the same process will happen. ARPA eligibility, ranking, vote.
And then
January.
what's the process for on the local government support projects for public notice for all the local governments?
Mr. Chairman, the rulemaking process happens. So we work closely with WAM and WCCA to make sure they know that the program, that the rulemaking's happened. that when the application goes out, we'll be making sure that they're well aware that it's started. And so we will be appearing at WCCA meetings and WAM meetings over the next few months to work with them.
Thank you. Go ahead. Kick off yet?
You want to score?
Mr. Chairman, I'll just go over the infrastructure bill. This position I have, I don't say I'm at 30,000 feet, I say more about 10,000 feet, so I'll do that quick overview. Just background, as you guys know, that bill was passed last November. It's $1.2 trillion, which really is kind of like a transportation bill the feds usually do, just on steroids. So it's 550 billion above what they usually do. Hurdles so far have been communication with DC, frankly. We get heads up that, hey, we might have guidance in a month, and then turns out they launch it the next day, or vice versa, which gets a little confusing. And then overreaching rules and regs that are not in the legislative text. So an example of that would be for YDOT. US DOT has put out a proposed rule that would make state DOTs come up with a 2 and 4 year emission reduction plan on their highways. Obviously, that's troublesome for states like Wyoming, Western rural states, but it's also outside the legislative text. So that's, we're going to provide comment back to DC saying that that's not something that the West is going to be favorable of. We're actually working with the Western governors to have a bipartisan voice out for that one. So that is some concerns going forward with some of these grants, is hearing those sort of chatters.
Just lower the speed limit.
Yeah, you could do that.
They gotta catch me first.
Mr. Chairman, the next slide is just the structure we set up. Russ Noel and I are working together overseeing this. We have 5 separate teams. You can see there, natural resource, broadband, education, energy, and transportation. The next slide, I won't go into too much detail, as you guys know this, but these matching dollars you all set aside last session have been really important so far. We haven't used any yet, but I'm on a council of all the other coordinators across the country, and their legislators are not as generous as you all. So I appreciate that. Because of some of these funding opportunities we're going to see this fall and winter, you have to have X amount in phase 1 of the approach, and we will have that due to your guys' matching pots you set aside. The next one is broadband. There's a lot of money coming to broadband in this bill. The first program is the BEAD program. The state of Wyoming is set to receive a minimum of 100 million. Our estimates, based on our underserved population, is anywhere between 400 to 600 million that we'll get out of this. This is based off of the FCC maps. So for those of you that are familiar with those, in Wyoming, they're very troublesome. They use census blocks. So in Carbon County, for example, there'll be maybe one house served at 25.3, and that'll fill a whole block saying it's served, and we know the rest of the county is not. FCC is updating their map currently, and will send it to us to provide sort of a rebuttal. So we're doing our own state mapping effort right now. So once those maps come to us, we can say whether these areas are served or not to make sure we get the most out of this program. The next one is the digital equity program, just under 3 billion. That has a lot of ties to the BEAD program, which is why we're applying to this one. That's something they would like to see in the federal level. So really what this will do is help us come up with a plan to make sure we're serving rural areas, veterans, those sort of things. And I'll go into timelines on the next slide. Last one is cybersecurity. This is the state cybersecurity program that's been around for a little while. We're expecting $3 to $4 million. This isn't enough, but it is a start in the right direction given our energy cybersecurity risks. So that's something we'll be hopefully partnering with our tribes on. If we partner with certain folks, we will that'll waive the match requirement. So we're working with them going forward. The timeline, letter of intent we've already sent off. That unlocked $5 million for the Business Council for more contracting purposes. That RFP is out right now to see who we get for that. That'll start the 5-year plan, and we'll be working with NTIA back and forth as we go to make sure we have what they need and what we need, which will then start the 4-year implementation. If we do this as quickly as possible, the earliest we would see these funds for this program are next fall. So when we talk 604, we hope we can get that done this fall to then grant those out to broadband providers to build this coming build season, and then this will follow behind it. Digital equity is a lot of the same. We sent off our plan application that also unlocked about $500,000 to go to the business council for admin purposes. That'll be again working back and forth with NTIA to put our state application out and do a 5-year implementation. The digital equity program will have actually 3 programs in it. So we do our initial one, and then we come back with an application to try to get more money essentially. For energy, these are just 3. I think we have 19 projects we're tracking for energy, and you all will receive a list from me later this month in a report that details out every grant we're looking at, but these are just the kind of higher level ones. Carbon capture is a big one. This hits to the phased approach of applications I was talking about. We can expect there's a 50% cost share in this program. The federal bill allows for 6 facilities for this. And the phase 1, we estimate we're gonna have to up about $15 million, which we have thanks to the matching pot. Phases 2 through 4 could increase from 250 to 400 million that the state partnering with private folks would need to match to land one of these. But we can cross that hurdle once we get there after phase 1, if we get there. The hydrogen hub, $8 billion federally for 4 regional hydrogen hubs. We formed an MOU actually with Colorado, New Mexico, and Utah to hopefully land one of these. An important piece in the legislation is that one of these 4 have to come from either nuclear, renewable, or fossil fuels. So we can feel pretty confident with the natural gas resources we have in that area to hopefully land one of those. Next one would be rare earths. With all the talk on electric vehicles, you need rare earths. We know how to mine very well, so hopefully we can land one of those here in Wyoming. The next one is natural resources. We just got the community wildfire protection plans back in the end of July now. This is to help really mitigation going forward for our communities. And then the Good Neighbor Authority, we're still waiting to hear guidance from the feds, but the intent for us is to start fixing the burn scar from the Mullen Fire. Wildlife crossings, again, there's a $10 million matching pot you guys allotted us. Those are the 3 areas we'd like to hit. In all reality, we'll probably only get one of those, and that first priority is Halleck Ridge. Depending on what the matching requirements are, we could go after the next 2. And then water, I know Ms. Blackwell talked about this earlier today, so I won't get into too much detail, but the first one there, the LaPrel Dam, we did just receive word from the Bureau of Rec that did meet the criteria that they needed to fall in that program, and they are planning on allotting us $5 million to start the planning towards fixing that dam. The next couple slides, Mr. Chairman, I know you guys spoke about water this morning, so I don't know if you'd like to go into more detail. But really what we're looking at here is for drinking water and clean water. You'll see under the additional pots, that second chart there, the 22 and 23 allocations are really what we're looking at going after. And the reason for that is there's only a 10% state match versus 20, and we just don't know what the demand will be. So if we see that the demand will be extreme, we can go back to the regular and increase the additional in the future years as well. That's for clean and drinking. And lastly would be transportation. This is, again, a transportation bill usually from the feds, just with a lot of things added on top of it. The YDOT is expected to get over $2 billion over the next 4 years, split out on the right there. This really is $100 million more a year than they're used to getting. So you'll see in 2021, they received $280 million. That'll increase to $367 million in 2026. One thing I'd point out is the charging stations. That is new. $25 million over 4 years to build out. That is an issue we're running into at the feds again. They have a requirement that each charging station needs to be 50 miles apart. That obviously doesn't make any sense here. So we have basically told them that if they don't wiggle on that, we honestly probably won't take the money, just because we don't feel it's a good use, and you're going to have, a charging station in the middle of Elk Mountain that will just collect dust, and whoever buys it will probably be not making a bunch of money off of it. So that's sort of our plan so far. If they waive that, we can get charging stations across the state to get people wherever they want to get. It'll just be a little more strategic than what they have. And Mr. Chairman, that's just a quick overview, again, based on the budget bill. I know you all added a report requirement that I'll have to you all at the end of the month, which will detail each grant we're looking at. I think it's up to 30 pages, so I won't bore you with it right now. With that, I stand for any question.
Okay.
That's
Any
correct.
questions? I can't wait for them. Okay, please proceed. What's next? Oh, come on.
Broncos game?
Go ahead.
Is there anything in the fraudulent Inflation Protection Act that would become the states? That was this last one that was just passed. Is there anything in there that we've seen that would be monies that would come to the states or local governments for distributions within that? I didn't see any, but I haven't read the whole thing. I don't know if we've done any analysis of that, but not aware of anything.
Mr. Chairman, I'm not aware of anything. That's would be a distribution program. We started with CARES and this SLFRF. Those seem to be the last times they'll
Okay.
give us too much discretion. They'll just amp up programs here or make us apply in competitive programs.
All right, thank you.
Okay.
Move to
Appreciate it.
adjourn.
Thanks for staying here till 6:30. Got a score up there?
7-0 Seattle.
All right, Don? What do we have?
Mr. Chairman, just a little bit of a brief summary of what the activities today concluded in. Your next meeting is October 26th and 27th in Cheyenne. That's a
We have
Wednesday.
Don't we have a short meeting in the first
Oh.
of October?
Excuse me, yes, you have a meeting via Zoom for members who wish to attend that way, the afternoon of Monday, October 10th, for purposes of discussing the ECA jointly with the Joint Education Committee. They are meeting separately in the morning, by the way, and they are meeting in person. So if you wish to join them in person, they're also meeting in Cheyenne.
Yeah, come down.
Okay, apparently they've changed that. They're meeting in Casper
Uh-oh.
on Monday, October 10th. Your meeting is independently set for October 26th and 27th, Wednesday and Thursday. That will include several follow-ups from today's meeting along with the release of the Craig report.
So should we modify our meeting to be in Casper as well on the 10th?
Mr. Chairman, it was anticipating that you would join via Zoom. JAC members, you can go there, but that's the whole.
Is their meeting in person?
Their meeting is in person, but theirs is a full day and they have independent business and yours is
They'll
just.
break for our meeting.
Correct.
Okay.
Through today's conversations, I believe you have 9 bill draft requests that will be presented to you in October. 2 approaches to the school capital construction account. In meeting briefly with the subcommittee on gaming, we will be deleting the bill that was before you today. And I think there will be 4 substitute bills, each with incremental ideas so that they can be considered in a cafeteria approach. And then 3 bills related to the loan programs. Mr. Chairman, there were a number of individual requests that were made of agencies and LSO. I won't go through all of those. Oh, and Mr. Chairman, apologies, a 10th bill to work with ETS. And just as a heads up, we have about 5 weeks between now and the next meeting, which means roughly 4 weeks at max to prepare any legislation in order to send it out for the full committee.
Okay. We're getting into crunch time. Chairman, please.
Also on October 28th, we'll be doing the what do we call it? The dedication of the Life Resource Center. So come one, come all. Finally got her done.
Okay, anything else? Committee?